to the B-side. Get down to the B-side.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words, they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain, for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling up, yeah. Talking about nothing, then you said something under your breath. I can't take it, I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain, for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know
hard dicks, we can make it happen.
Want a giant plastic penis? You gotta look at this thing.
What's up, y'all? I mean, what's up, nobody? How is nobody here? What the fuck? Surprise. What's up? RHP? Boo. You got me. Dude, you got me. Damn. How's everyone doing? Okay, so it happened. I owe uppercase 2 dibs.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Because when they posted on X this morning, I was like, over under 9 hours, I'll take the over. Because I thought, they didn't sound very optimistic. They're like, our goal is to have it released by, you know, by the end of today. And I'm like, if you start with your, like, we hope or our goal or whatever, that means that you're leaving the door open that it's not gonna happen. Clearly, they're trying to learn from mistakes too, so it's like, you know, saying, hey, we'll have it back up in an hour, and then that taking 5 hours, yeah, you know, is a thing. But so maybe that's why, to leave the possibility that like some catastrophic thing happens when they went to launch it. But hey, we got it. Hell yeah, Carnage. Have a great day, RHP. Roman Rebel, thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? So yeah, we've gone over this so many times. We already basically know the changes. I played a little bit earlier, like I don't know, I maybe ran 3 or 4 maps, and I think I found out some things, especially because of their last, or like what they talked about in these patch notes. I think there's some things that became more clear to me in like how certain drops work. So like one of the things I noticed is if I use a waystone that has increased gold, it's gonna fuck up your drops, because it's gonna put gold in spots where there could in theory be like an exalted or a regal orb or just any other type of currency, but instead it's like forcing gold into that slot. Because the one map I did with increased gold on it, I didn't see like any other currency. So I think that's a thing that I didn't realize before. I'm trying to see if there's anything here. The drop rates, like breach splinters. I did do one breach. I didn't feel like it was significantly better, but like 50% of 2 breach splinters is, you know, 1 more. So it's like, unless you're getting 10 or 15, getting a 50% boost isn't going to be that much. So that's going to be, it's still better no matter what. Having it be more accessible is definitely going to be better. Oh, they didn't have the skill change nodes yet in the last one that we looked at. Okay, let's look at this real quick. Trinity now provides 3 to 6% more elemental damage with attacks per 30 resonance at gem levels 14 to 20. Previously 7 to 10 per 50 resonance. So they nerfed it, but made it more accessible. 10 to 13 resonance of the highest elemental damage type and loses 3 resonance of the other types at gem levels 14 to 20, previously 7 to 10, and lost 2. These types of changes are confusing because it's just like, we're just fundamentally changing how this is going to, how, like, for like the trigger spells or something like that, where it's like, you get this amount of energy per enemy frozen, but you're like max amount of energy, or you know, like there's all these things that are kind of confusing. So what's up, Artie? No, it's the same, a few decimal points more. Definitely better drops. Is that what you've been feeling like, Roman? Yeah, it felt like, from what I saw, there's definitely more stuff that like I wanted to pick up. But when I was playing, and here's a good example, I guess, is that I only ran like 4 or 5 maps and I did get a div, which could have just been a complete fluke. But, you know, that is something. So like, I can't base it off of a small amount of time. Like, by the like end of next week, we'll know for sure how significant it is, at least for me personally. Like, I think it's always hard to judge against other people because of RNG. Some people just get drops and some people don't. So we'll see. More exalts, 11 maps, 4 div. Yeah. Yeah, same, pretty quick, got a div. But was, oh, in a 5-player party. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, because like I've always heard people saying playing a party, so much better drops. I personally have never experienced that. You know, like it doesn't seem like in a party it makes it significantly better. Yeah, more items drop because there's more people. But like, it's also kind of like, I don't know how it decides which drops go to which person. Because sometimes, you know, you kill like a pinnacle boss and one person will get 7 drops and the other person gets 2 drops. And it's like, wait, how is it distributing the drops? What's up, Krim? Okay, so let's see. Beras, I don't even know how the fuck to spell that. Anguish Dousing Charm no longer guarantees a critical hit if any amount of chance to be critically hit is present on the enemy. It will now roll critical hit chance normally in these cases. Okay, interesting. Most skills that have no mana cost, which you don't cast yourself, are now also granted a hidden no skill cost stat, preventing them from gaining additional cost, such as from Lich's Eldritch Empowerment notable passive skill. Examples include Elemental Discharge, Impending Doom, Doom Blast, and Blink. Spells you cast yourself granted from wands and staves will still be able to get additional costs. So, have no mana cost, no skill cost stat, preventing them from gaining. I don't know what that means. The person who is running the maps gets the priority in good drops. Oh, no, you're good. Yes, the patch is up now. Kumasu. Welcome in, by the way. What's up, Jazz? So yeah, because none of this stuff was in the other patch notes they released. So that's why I thought it was interesting to at least see if it like what it's gonna affect, because usually they don't do like balancing right now, or at least last league they didn't really do like any big balancing like in the first 2 weeks, you know, with the cast on freeze, and they did some of that kind of balancing, but they didn't. It was because it was like it was obviously proccing way too often. But some of this stuff just seems like interesting, because I don't get what this skills with no mana cost are now also granted a hidden no skill cost stat, preventing them from gaining additional costs. So yeah, that's confusing to me. Bursting Plague now adds 100% of damage per second from poison as plague, previously 200%. It now stores up to a maximum of 20% of the enemy's maximum life as plague. Okay, so it used to be 200% damage per second, but it only was 10% of the enemy's maximum life as plague, but now it's 20%, so that's probably better. The Starkoncha's head unique helm now causes damage from hits to be taken from your damageable companion's life before you. Previously also non-damageable companions. Okay, so apparently someone found a way to use that and abuse it, I guess. Lightning Bolt's base radius is now 0.8 meters, previously 0.5 meters. Impale inflicted on players now lasts 4 seconds, previously never expired. Impale inflicted on non-players is not affected by this change. Flash grenades can no longer blind the user or their allies. That's cool. Battle Shout's triggered explosion now counts as a Warcry skill. Hazards created by rearming will no longer count towards the maximum allowances of that hazard type. So that seems like a good thing. Existing crystalline cores that are no longer obtainable have been deleted. What does that mean? I know that song. That's Geometry Dash. Huge kudos. Dude, this playlist, I don't mind it. It's all non-copyright. Even though I did get a copyright on the YouTube stream from like 2 days ago. So there must be a song in here that YouTube is... I don't know. So I need to figure out which one it is, but... Means a curse or affix won't affect it. Okay. Like skills cost X% of life instead of mana, it probably was still taking life. You mean it was still costing mana? So like a support gem that goes into it that's like increased cost. If it doesn't have an inherent cost, it won't like create cost essentially. So it's a good thing. It's not a negative. Is that what we're talking about? That style stuff? Okay. What were the crystalline cores? Is that just the areas that you get after you do a corrupted nexus? I don't remember crystalline cores. Scepters, wands, and staves can now correctly roll an additional rune socket as a corruption outcome. Oh, I didn't even know that wasn't happening before, but that should be good. The number of monsters in Trials of Chaos areas below level 65 has been reduced. Blade, Lash, Transcendence, melee damage has been reduced, and their attack distance has been adjusted. The Leap Slam skill used by Vile Imps and Unearthed Urchins can now be dodged, blocked, and evaded. Urnwalker's Scarab Cloud skill now deals damage less frequently. Faradin's Plaguebringer's Detonate Dead skill has had its damage slightly lowered and the visual effects improved. Improved the visual effects of the stalking pustule monsters. Temporarily disabled the Veil Enforcer monster. Improved the visibility of connections between map on the Atlas, especially in the desert biome. Can they fix my map atlas so it stops showing ones connected that aren't actually connected? That's just me being nitpicky, but what are these patch notes? I can't see them anywhere. I'll put it in chat for anyone that's interested in checking these out. Because they released patch notes and then they had to take the patch down, and then they re-released patch notes after the patch went back up. But like a lot of the player changes and other changes and improvements, like a lot of this stuff wasn't in those patch notes. So I don't know if they added this stuff just today or if they just hadn't put it in the official patch notes yet. I'm not quite sure yet. Okay, added minimap icons for the landmark rooms found in the Titan Grotto, Dashar, and Modern Quarry. Titan's Grotto, landmark rooms. Okay, interesting. Added a world map icon for the Titan's Fall in the Titan's Grotto. Okay, added checkpoints to the Twisted Domain. Oh, that's actually nice. Because, like, it doesn't happen a lot, but if you're playing in a group or something and you're, like, halfway through the Twisted Domain and you die, you just go back to the very beginning and then you have to catch back up. So even just having, like, one or two checkpoints is great. Bug fixes where invocations could trigger caltrops from the Trail of Caltrops. A bug where the silent cave map could sometimes be uncompletable, so that's good. Fix a bug where the atlas could sometimes display the incorrect atlas state. Fixed a bug preventing fracturing mirrors from spawning in Delirium. That's weird, because earlier today when I was playing, I was like, wait, they put mirrors back in Delirium. So I don't know about that. Fixed a bug where a checkpoint in the fortress map could sometimes place you in unwalkable terrain. Fixed a bug which caused some terrain in the DK map to sometimes be inaccessible. Fixed a bug where overwhelming presence was not being affected by modifiers to aura effect. Overwhelming presence now reduces enemy stun threshold and elemental ailment threshold up to a maximum of 90%. Fix a bug where manifest weapons died when taking damage for you. Fix a bug where supporting fire's command, death from above, would fail when used on uneven terrain. Oh shit. Fix a bug where the Waste Gate unique belt allowed charms to be equipped in flask equipment slots. Interesting. Fix a bug where ritual sacrifice would not grant you modifiers from sacrificed rare monsters if you used it while affected by temporal chains. Okay. Fix a visual bug where crafting on a fractured item with an omen of whittling, an omen of sinistral erasure, and an omen of dextral erasure could highlight the wrong modifiers. Someone brought that up before, that they were having issues where they would go to use it and it would highlight the wrong modifier, so they didn't know which one was getting removed. Because like the way their gear tier systems work and their affix tiers is doesn't make a lot of sense. So you don't know how many tiers each affix can potentially roll. So like you might say, oh, it's easy, just look at whichever one's the lowest tier, but like some only go up to tier 3, so a tier 2 roll on that is higher than like a tier 4 roll on another affix roll. So that's good. No problem, because it's not in the news. Buckman, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, it was every time, but if you just use craft of Exile, you would know which. Oh, that's actually a good idea, Roman. Okay, fix a bug where Tame Beast could be active in a weapon set that did not have the appropriate attribute or spirit requirements met. Okay. Fix a bug where the Lord of the Pit in the deserted map was not being affected by modifiers to map boss difficulty, and were unable to drop a Vanquisher's Book of Knowledge. Good to know. Because I'm still missing Atlas points, but I don't know where to get them, and I only have 4 or 6 points in the map boss tree, but like I've done so many map so I don't know if there's like a prerequisite for that tree, if they have to be like T16 maps to have a potential for them to drop, or like T16 or higher or something. I don't know. Okay, fix a bug where the Plague Bear's Nova was not considered to be area damage. Fixed a bug where Rattlecage the Earthbreaker in the Crimson Shores map would sometimes drop no items when slain. Fixed a bug that prevented Zoquatl, Warden of the Core, from using their wall laser skill. Fix a bug where strong boxes with of Singularity modifier would sometimes fail to drop a unique item. Fix a bug where certain monsters could re-emerge after being revived during a ritual encounter. Fix a bug where the red boss arena perimeter blockers were not being removed correctly in the Steaming Springs, Burial Bog, and Rust Bowl maps. Fixed a bug where the compare feature on the passive skill tree was not functioning correctly. Fixed 2 client crashes, fix a bunch of crashes. That's good. We like that. That's all W's. All W's. By the way, whittlings are up 1.5 div each in a week. They've gone up in value. Yeah, so we went over like the primary changes. Like, are you talking about drops? Buckman? Like, we went over all that stuff yesterday, so I was like, we don't really need to go over it again, but if you want, we can blast through it real quick. So unique bosses are guaranteed to drop a rare item now, except for like the first couple bosses that you run into in Act 1. And you only get a guaranteed rare item in the campaign the first time you kill that boss. But with maps, any unique boss you kill, you'll get a guaranteed rare at least. The Asmarian Wisps now always drop a rare item as well, and they fixed a bug where the first Wisp in Grellwood didn't have rarity or quantity stats. They also talked about in their other version of the patch notes, they talked about how they've increased the rarity overall for like the monsters that are possessed from Asmarian Wisps. And this just made me, when I read that on the other patch notes, it made me realize how little rarity is doing for us, because those monsters already had 300% increased rarity. The monsters that were getting, like the rares that were getting possessed by the Wisps, and every monster you were killing on your way to the rare monster was adding rarity on top of that base 300%. And that was working properly, and those were the drops we were getting. So they said, like, we thought that 300% was going to be enough, but clearly it's not, so we're going to increase the drops for them as well. But like, that's insane that with more than 300%, because that's not factoring in your map rarity, if the map was like your waystone rarity, if the map was affected by a tablet, that rarity, or your character rarity, like all that stuff is on top of that 300%, and that's how shit those drops were still. So rarity isn't doing much for us. I think a lot of people already knew that, but like, if at 300% you're not getting like guaranteed rare drops or guaranteed like currency drops, like probably shouldn't be a huge focus. And they changed the way that rarity works in general. So like we're getting less rarity on socketables, and on some of the gear they're gonna have lower rolls than they used to have, because they just completely like buffed the rarity across the entire game, and having that the same stats that we had on gear and socketables was like making it way too strong. So they had to change that too. Yeah, Sunday whittlings were 2.1 div each. Okay, so their value has gone down then, is what you're saying. So you can buy them from cheaper, buy them for cheaper, but you can't sell them for as much. So it's like, depending on if you're farming those or whatever. So they're most certainly making the grind more worth it. Yeah, for sure. Clear speed over rarity. Yeah, and I've heard that, but it's like, then I also hear things from people that are like, oh yeah, I had 20% rarity and then I got up to 80% and, you know, 5 divs dropped in an hour. And I was like, well, is that just like random RNG, or, you know? So I think having some rarity on your character is important, but like, clearly we can't get to the numbers anymore to really like genuinely affect rarity in the grand scheme of things on our characters. So it's not worth, you know, paying a bunch of divs just to get boots that give you, you know, 20% more rarity if you already have at least like 20 or 40%. Okay, magic chests have drastically increased item rarity and quantity, and also guarantee at least a magic item. They are approximately as rewarding as rare chests were before. Rare chests also have been drastically increased item rarity and quantity, and guarantees at least one rare item. In cruel difficulty, chests get a further plus 50% more item quantity and item rarity, and 100% more in endgame, making them very powerful there. We have changed the map modifiers that increase the chance of finding magic in rare chests, instead add a fixed number of additional magic or rare chests. So instead of a chance to find them, it's just going to be guaranteed chests, which in some situations might be worse, but I think overall should be better. Also, the unique map called Feral Megalith says it drops Atlas points. It does. Or it should, Krim. Your first time doing it. I think the issue with rarity is that it's not clear that monster base rarity is the smallest effect on drops. That gets multiplied by maps tablets and multiplied again by players' gear rarity. Interesting. Gunslinger. Darashi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. What's up, Dart? Okay, so chest boosted, great. We love that. And it did feel like way better when I was running those couple maps earlier today, so yeah. And the one place I got my divine from was a strong box, so we're gonna have to do more testing, but who knows. And it wasn't like a specific one, it was just like a rare strong box that I just clicked on because I was just trying to do all of the content in the map to see if I noticed any differences. So yeah. Regular bronze chests in the Trials of Sugma now have the same base balance as rare chests do in normal difficulty campaign, including guaranteeing a rare item. Silver and gold chests increase item rarity and item quantity by values significantly higher than before. Arcanist chests have had the same improvements to drop composition as Researcher strong boxes. Arcanist chests, the currency chests, and the royal chests, or the ones that drop jewels, are much more common. The chance of getting silver and gold keys as room rewards instead of bronze keys has also been significantly increased. So they buffed all the boxes from Sekima's, and not only that, they're making it more accessible to get silver and gold keys. So Sekima's should probably be much better. Like, it might actually be worth doing now, even though it has been worth it for a lot of people for a while. For me, it wasn't, because like I just would, if I got to the very end, I would get, you know, 12 bronze keys, 3 silver keys, and like 2 gold keys, and there'd be 1 royal chest, and I'd be like, okay, well, what was that all for? So Trials of Chaos. As you continue to increase the level you play the Trials of Chaos, corrupted rares are phased out from the rewards, which is also awesome because you can't do anything with those rares. So like sometimes I would do Chaos and there'd be decent rares that dropped, but they're corrupted and they only have 4 affixes or whatever modifiers on them. And I was like, okay, well, now this item is garbage because I'm not going to use these boots for anything if they're missing out of 2 super important or 3 super important stats. So LOL Sugma, yeah. This isn't Rick Ransom OF. Hey, you wait. You wait. Be careful what you ask for. Okay, Spike? Welcome in. Expedition, Magic, and Rare chests now have the same base balance as their other endgame Magic and Rare chests. Normal Expedition chests have also been improved. We fixed a bug where increased chest item rarity from Expedition Remnants was not multiplying correctly with the chest item rarity the chest already had. These Remnants will now have a greater effect. Buffed the rewards from most Expedition Remnant mods. Doubled the number of Expedition artifacts that drop and exotic coinage. Expedition Remnant upside modifiers have generally been buffed, and several Remnant downsides have been adjusted. The Expedition Remnant modifier that caused monsters to have a 100% chance to avoid being chilled, frozen, ignited, and shocked has also been replaced with a new modifier that increases their elemental ailment threshold. That's cool. 2 new Expedition Remnant upside modifiers have been added. These can be found in map areas. Delirium. Increase the amount of item rarity per depth in Delirium encounters, and it increases to approximately 2.5 times what it was before. The Delirious percentage scaling with waves and Simulacrum has been reduced. Percentage scaling. Okay, so like when you're doing the boss, the way that their damage and health and everything scales has been reduced, so they don't become like so overwhelming so quickly. Each wave now adds 5% Delirious, previously 10%, up to a maximum of 75% at difficulty 0, previously 100%, and 115% at difficulty 4, previously 140. Many Simulacrum modifiers have had the benefits they provide to Delirium monsters reduced, so that the monsters themselves just aren't insanely OP. The Nexuses, it's going to require less Nexuses to get all of your points that you can get from the Nexuses. Also, I'll show you on the map, they have made it more visible to see where they are. It's not as, like, it doesn't stand out as much as the change that they made to Citadel's last league, but it would help a lot of people, because if you don't know that there's corruption there yet, but like it's right there, you can like work towards it. So and then we already went over all the skill changes and all that shit. So yeah, so essentially it's just a flat out buff to all forms of drops, essentially, like, but specifically to bosses, but like chests and like all of the in-game events like the expedition and delirium and breach. You're gonna get more rewards from doing them, so it feels like it's worth your time to actually engage with that content. Or like in theory, like we still have to test a lot of it out and see how much better it is, but they should make it so rares from Chaos Trials don't drop corrupted. They get the effect of Corruption Omen for free or something like that. That would be cool. Or if like they just dropped the Corruption Omens, like, you know, don't make the items corrupted, but then those monsters just drop an omen with them, with the rare that they drop or something like that. Because omens aren't like that valuable anyway, and I don't know. It just seems like a kind of interesting mechanic already, because like the whole point of the item is like you have a chance of something chaotic happening, not you have a chance of nothing happening. So Zupax, we played a couple maps earlier today, and I did like 4 or 5 maps or something, and I had it definitely does feel better. Like I found one divine. Now that might have just been a fluke, like it's way too early to tell, and it was from a strong box, so that's another thing. It wasn't like a rare monster drop or a unique monster drop or anything like that. So yeah, but it did feel like I was seeing like, you know, 4-ish exalted orbs a map, which is great. I just want to get enough exalteds doing maps that the gear, the one piece of gear that actually has potential that drops, is worth, like, that I can just like maintain my exalted level, because I'm gonna pump exalteds into it anyway. So as long as I'm not like consistently dropping by using them, then I'm happy with that. What's your rarity? I got dog shit loot. Let's see. I don't think it's very high. I think I'm at like 40 or yeah, 41%. But that was after a couple streams ago we had we were looking at my rarity and I literally had 0 rarity. So I traded for some gear to like actually get some rarity. So I got this amulet and these boots, I think, are the only forms of rarity I have. So yeah. And it wasn't crazy expensive to get boots that had the stats that I was looking for with rarity. I think I got these. Now they're not 35% movement speed. If it went up to 35, like if I had been, that would have been expensive, but I got these for like 3 or 4 divs versus having 35%. They were like, I don't know, 18 divs or something. So, but yeah, let me show you what the, so this is what happens. And let me see if I can find a spot where I don't see the corruption yet, so you can kind of get an idea. Because I did see a couple of them, like right here. It just has this like faint red glow. So like right here, you have no idea that there's corruption. None of the towers are corrupted. Nothing indicates that there's corruption right here. But you can see this red glow in the fog now. So you're like, okay, well then I just start working that way. So I think little things like that make a huge difference, just so people don't feel like they're wasting time. Because you're already putting so much time into a game like this that you just want to feel like it's not being wasted by doing activities over and over again that potentially have no value or don't like help you progress at all. Also, be sure to convert your extra exalts into more stable currency when you log out after a sesh, as they increase loot. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of inflation. This happened last league too, when they increased exalteds or like the lower tier currency drops. So it went from within like a week that it was like 90 exalteds for a divine, and then within like a week it was over 200, and then, you know, within a week after that it was like up to 300. So yeah, exalteds are gonna lose value, but and we don't know for sure because they said like increased currency drops for certain things, but like they weren't specific if that means divine drops too. Now, some people might be getting more divines, but like until we see how it affects the market with divines, like if all of a sudden the exchange between divines and exalted doesn't jump up a ton and items start costing more divines, then that means that there is just more divines dropping. Or that's what it indicates. Okay, this one doesn't really matter, so. Good morning, Sponge. How are you doing today? I also need to stay on top of drinking water because we went hard in the paint last night and I was not hydrated enough. So we're not going to get a lot of indications from this map, but I'm essentially just trying to get to, I have 2 towers that are right next to each other. So I'm just using waystones to get, because I also did hit that level. I'm finally made it to level 92 as well. So that's a great change. But before I get to the towers, because we won't get like a real difference in like the mid to high tier like mapping until we can get some really juice maps with some good towers. So we might actually have to do some trades to get some better tablets too, because I just have a bunch of real ass tablets. But yeah, even just seeing like orbs of alchemy more often, and like I said, regal orbs and stuff like that, it's a decent change, because like a lot of that stuff isn't super valuable in terms of like trading, but it is valuable in terms of being able to like craft gear and such. So we need to go down real quick, see if we can. Oh no, there's nothing down here. Guess we just hit that chest. So yeah, now all magic chests have the same drop rates and modifiers that rare chests used to have, and all the rare chests, like rarity and quantity, has been increased by 50%, I think. But I didn't realize that like the expedition chests had chest modifiers built into them as well. Like just the normal chests that you find in the maps, they already had those modifiers, and then they were also supposed to be getting a boosted modifier based on like the expedition event, or like the I don't even know what they called them. Oh god, I hate that. But apparently that wasn't it wasn't mathing properly, so they fixed that. And all the expedition chests also got the same boosts as the other chests that you find just playing the game. I'm good, and yourself? Dude, I'm doing great. Had a pretty chill day today. I didn't have to go work, so that was nice. But then, you know, the nieces came over, or actually, I guess they didn't come over here. I went over and hung out with them and my nephew, and got to hang out with all the kids, which is good. But you know, some days you're just like, I just want to relax. Oh. Oh. Wait. Okay, we're good. We're good. But yeah, we had an insane stream last night. So shout out to everybody who was in the stream. Like, if you weren't there, it was crazy. Somehow we got like on the front page of Path of Exile website, and they were promoting my stream on YouTube somehow too. So like I think we almost had 500 people in here. And we had one raid early from Nug Run, but then it just kept going up, so it was insane. Thank you, Just. I appreciate it, bro. I don't know, like, that's what's so crazy about this stuff is it doesn't even make sense sometimes how it happens. And when it doesn't happen, like, if you can't understand how it happened, then you don't know how to replicate it. So it's like, you know, we'll keep trying to innovate and make improvements and stay consistent. And because like I have no idea. I think a big part of it was just people, like a lot of the big streamers have stopped playing Path of Exile, and they probably were gonna hop on for the patch, and then once they saw that the servers were down, they just got off and went back to whatever they were playing. So then people were kind of just looking for somewhere to be to like get updates and stuff, so. Good looks and charms. Thank you, Dark. That had to have been it. But yeah, it was awesome, so. I had a great time. Even though we didn't even get to play the patch last night, I was just having a good time. And like trying to keep up with chat, like that's where you really start getting some perspective. Is when chat is going that quick, because I know I missed probably 20% of the messages. So I also apologize if anyone was in here and I didn't respond to your message. I promise it wasn't on purpose, because if it was, I would tell you. Okay. So ideally for these maps, I should be just trying to do less rares because I don't really care about drops. I'm just trying to get to the towers. Oh, and we got a ornate strongbox. What do these drop? These are the ones that drop jewels, right? Well, he died quick. Oh, and it drops. We are out of space. Okay, let's see. For some reason, we've been finding like an absurd amount of rubies, which just inherently, like, the majority of the things that go on rubies don't help me much. So fire spells, spell damage, nah. I'm really becoming a tier whore, where I'm just looking at the tiers of rolls and making, like, this one, the only T7 roll was dexterity, which isn't like super crucial depending on the gear, clearly, but like, you know, and I just have so many items I need to recombinate that I haven't yet. So we might try to farm some expeditions, see if we can see how those like artifact improvements are. Quantity of items. Nice. Attack speed and attack damage. It's like mid-roll on both. It's not a bad one though. Especially if it gets other usable modifiers. Increase projectile damage. I hate those ones where it's like projectile damage if you've dealt a melee attack recently. Because I've been getting a lot of that kind of shit. And I'm like, I know they're really trying to force the like combo system with the Huntress, but it just hasn't hit for people, the majority of people. Increased duration of ignite shock and chill on enemies. It's a mineral on that, but. And damage with bows. So it's not a bad one for a bow, but for us, not so much. I forgot what I was trying to do earlier. I was trying to like craft a better ring for me to use. And for the life of me, I could not get things to hit. So it was like trying to get accuracy with some flat damage. Because I want to try out using a different ring than this to see how it goes. Because like getting something to replace this one is going to be a lot more difficult. But I don't know if like the top end builds are still using this, because like you can get 300 or whatever, 350 accuracy on a ring pretty easily. It just depends on how much onslaught actually helps, because that's like the only reason you're doing that. Wait, you need some of these jewels, Jirashi? I'll show you. I'll show you what was on the jewel. 3% increased attack speed, 24% increased damage if you're using a bow, because 10% plus 14%, and then increased duration of ignite shock and chill. Which one, Zupax? This one? Or the one that I was talking about trying to... Oh, Death Rush? Yeah, so if I can craft a better ring than this, then yeah, no problem. It's a new patch. Yes, it is, Nerwus. I'm currently leveling Fire Twisters, so I care for attack damage and ignite duration. Are you using bows though, Jirashi? Yeah, we're using it right now. But that's why I was trying to craft one, because what I want to do is see if I can get one. Like, this is the one that I was trying to mess around with, even though it's a pearl ring, which isn't ideal. Because that cast speed doesn't help me at all. But then I tried to fracture the accuracy, because I actually got a really good accuracy roll, but like a really low fire damage roll, and then like fire res I don't necessarily need. The other stuff is kind of fine, but it's like the fracture didn't hit, and I did it when it only had 4 modifiers too. I just added the extra exalts after it didn't hit. Like, getting the dex is solid, but like accuracy, getting 400 accuracy on a ring is a lot harder than getting whatever, 26 dex, 29 dex. Oh man, all these divine drops are wild. Have you been getting a lot, Nameless? It's Java Bay. Sold a Shippo for 3 divs, but high DPS, 460 DPS. Nice, Just. Yeah, so Krim, if you need that jewel, let me know. Or if anyone wants it, because it's probably just gonna sit in my stash for a while. See, and that would have been solid for me. The one thing is what I'm trying to craft or what I'm trying to find right now. I appreciate it though. Darashi, that's very kind. So I need something that has at least the same amount of accuracy, and then ideally like either flat damage sources or increase like fire or increase lightning damage, because I just don't know. The onslaught is more about like movement, I feel like, because that's the main thing this is giving you. You get 20% skill speed, which is helpful but not super necessary with lightning spear, and then 10% in movement speed, but like it lasts for 3.2 seconds on kill, and I don't know how long it takes to reset or anything. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm zooming. So I feel like the only reason I'm using this really is for the accuracy, where I think I could get more damage just getting at least that same amount of accuracy with other damage sources. So I got this, but it's nothing too crazy. That one's not, yeah, that one's definitely closer to what I'm looking for sure. And having the evasion on there is solid as well. 311 accuracy. Yeah, see, that one might work, but like I'm probably gonna be pretty choosy with it, unfortunately. So like if it's not clearly better, and like the other thing is my resistances other than chaos res were already capped out on everything else. So like ideally I want something with no res. Like I'd rather have just stats or like mana on kill or something like that, because we do run into issues with mana occasionally. Then reses, unless it's just chaos. Chaos is like the only res that I'm really worried about right now, because the problem is like it's always good to get res somewhere, but then I'm also like considering the fact that I will have to move other shit around on my gear if I get reses, you know, like if I get more lightning res from a ring, then that means I should probably get gloves that don't have lightning res, so I'm not just wasting damage somewhere. But yeah, we'll mess around with it later. We might do some more like hardcore crafting, because we still have a bunch of rings that we could work on. And we have a lot of amulets too, which is another place that I could try to get some like better benefits out of. If you're selling the prismatic ring, I'll buy it for 1 to 2 divs. Let me look at that. Well, the ring. Which prismatic one was I looking at? The gold ring with accuracy. Oh, this one that I just put in here? What's your in-game name, Zupax? I stocked up on tablets this morning, just looking for a nice tower situation right now, but the unique Overseer tablet that grants bosses and Asmiri spirits. Dude, I like, you have to use the trade site to buy tablets, right? That's not like a currency exchange thing. Zup underscore, just one underscore. Says this operation requires the account to be logged in. 2 underscores, okay. There we go. Okay, here's the thing. I don't really have any use for divines, so all I need from you is either a scroll of wisdom or an orb of augmentation or an orb of transmutation, okay? Otherwise, no deal. I have very specific demands.
A place to put my feet up.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I remember doing this before. They're only like 15 exalted for the unique maps. Nice. GG's up. Okay, let's see. Okay, tablets. What is the unique tablet called? Is it Season of the Hunt? You linked in chat. Donde? Which chat? Oh, in game chat? Ah, interesting. Okay, so it is Season of the Hunt. Let's see. We'll see if any of these people respond. Because that's the other... That's the hardest part about the trade website, let's be honest. The weird thing is it only goes up to four bosses. Up to 4 maps in range contain bosses. Is the max? So those ones that I tried to make a trade for, I think were people trying to scam because they were only 10 exalted for the up to 4 maps, and the other ones that are 4 maps are like 50 exalted, so. Like, I just want to test it out, so. I've had to buy like 5+ at 50 to 70 div. Wait, how high does it go? What do you, wait. Or 50 to 70 exalteds, okay. Yeah, so it seems like, yeah, the 4 map ones are, they're going at like 50. The prices are kind of all over the place, so I don't even know who's being legit and who's trying to scam. Because then you have some people selling the 2 map ones for 40 exalted. But none of these people are responding, so they're probably not legit. Well, I guess we'll just fuck around and try to, you know, we'll try to do it ourselves. Screw it. I got mine so cheap. That's awesome, Nameless. Yeah, sometimes people just are trying to get rid of things, or they don't really know what the value is, so they just go with it anyway. Okay, we'll keep that. We're getting close to our towers, which is good, because then... I just want to see... So we'll go here to here to here to here, but let's get to this tower first. Yeah, I got last league specifically, I got way more like crazy deals. The longer I feel like the game, people play the game, the less uneducated people are. So it's harder to get good deals. But like the wand I got from my Sparks work, I paid like 30 divs for, because I think when they were trying to look up prices for comparison, it had +4 to lightning spell skills. All the other like modifiers or affixes on it were awesome too, where it's like really high spell damage, high lightning damage, cast speed, mana regen, whatever. I think it even had intelligence on it, but then they corrupted the wand and it got +1 to lightning skills as the corruption as well. And so I think when they were comparing prices, they didn't know how to add that as a corruption, or to just look up wands that had +5 versus the 4. So it was like a wand that was probably worth around 100 divs, but I got it for like 30. And I was like, okay, I'll take it. Are the boss points on the Atlas bugged? I have all 8 points in Arbiter, but I'm only 8 out of 10 for boss points. Here, let's look at this real quick. You're talking about this one, this tree? So like the Arbiter and this are different. And I still don't fully understand. Why did I not get notified? What's up, Uppercase? I don't know how to get these points, to be honest. I'm assuming that just map bosses, you just do them and they have a chance of dropping it or something, like it was, like how we had to do our Atlas tree last league. Yeah, so I just don't think it's like a guarantee, Urban. I think it's just like a chance. So you just have to keep doing them until they... Because I have no idea. I've killed a shit ton of map bosses. I've done them on T16. I don't know if I've done any of them like what you said, where it's like +1, you know, where irradiated and a tier 16. But I definitely have killed map bosses on T16, and I only have 6 points. So I don't think there's like a way to guarantee it. I think it's kind of more just. Also, I was gonna move this around. I thought I did that at one point. Because now that I know rarity isn't doing anything for us, really. So we're gonna try to test out as Merry Spirits the best that we can, because we'll see if it's really worth it. Because that was like one of their main focuses, was making them feel more worthwhile. So I want to see if it really does feel like it made a difference. But like that, you would never get these kind of drops out of just a magic chest before. Also, the amount of tiered gear you get, because they did mention that they improved those as well, and I have noticed that change pretty significantly. Wait, that's a rare? Hover over the points at the bottom. It tells you, it says 79 plus and the flame quest, which I've done. Dude, I've literally found one of the Gamba strong boxes this entire league. So I don't know. I was even like completely spec'd into strong boxes and finding more unique strong boxes. And I feel like it's like once in every 35 maps, I find a unique strong box. And it's only one time been the Gamba one. So I don't know about that one either. So you hover over the points. Slay a map boss and area level 79 plus map to earn points in this tree. Additional points are earned for slaying bosses and maps with higher area levels and difficulties. 2 points can also be earned for completing the Pinnacle of Flame quest. What is the Pinnacle of Flame quest? Oh, just completing the Doriani Citadel. I haven't even really focused on Citadels at all, so. The hard thing is now with the changes, I really just want to focus on like juicing maps and all that shit, but having more points in my other Atlas trees is definitely gonna be helpful for that. So it's probably a smart thing to get those done. And I have noticed more exiles too, which wasn't even something they really talked about, so I don't know if that's just like a coincidence. Because I am not spec'd into exiles at all. What's up, roast pork belly? 2 points for killing Arbiter Rest from scaling map difficulty. Maps 15, 16, 17, and 18 and killing. Oh, so you have to kill the Arbiter. This is just the first part of the Pinnacle of Flame quest. I don't see the boss anywhere, so we probably just start walking up that way and maybe he shows up. Yeah, no, I got what you meant, Gunslinger. I just don't have enough like maps that feel worth doing now that things are a little bit different. Maybe the value of other modifiers that used to just be shit is gonna be better, so that could help. You fat fuck. Well, we got a tier 5 chess piece that could be something. potentially. Oh yeah, careful if y'all find an Essence unique map. They might be bugged and are dropping an absolute insane amount of loot. So much so that it crashed my game and locked me out of that tune for an hour. And also if it's like a exploit, if they find out that it's an exploit, I don't know what is considered an exploit. There's also a chance you can get banned, so probably a good idea. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Dex, res, armor though. I guess warriors need accuracy too, right? Also uppercase, I have a bunch of jewels that you might be able to use. Flame res. Physical damage to attacks, accuracy. Not good enough. Keep that one. That one.
Time is not on our side.
Yes, I still have that amulet for you as well. Yup, same here. Yeah, just send it to me in chat. And I got you. Okay, let's see what this gets. It's pretty solid. The hard thing is that I'll tell you right off the rip, it's really hard to sell spears that aren't sea glass spears. Unless they're like all tier 10 rolls or something. Like it's just because anyone that isn't using Tangle Tongue is, I would say 95% of the people who aren't using Tangle Tongue are using Sea Glass. So it's like a really niche market right now for any other spear class. Let's start with that. We'll get the numbers closer to what it's actually at so we can get a more accurate. Okay, let's see this 2-div one. Has a lot more accuracy. Which you do have the dex, and it's like, what is it, 5 accuracy for each point in dex? Is that what it is? I don't even know what it is. I just remembered. I just found a Stellar Amulet that has +3 to all melee skills. You were in here when I found it. The most difficult is to get the T18 map. Requires you to Val Orb of 15 to 16 and Irradiate with Corrupted +1 zone to complete. Yeah, that's insane. 64 life per kill. Yeah, so this one has 62 life per kill. So that's why I'm trying to find like something that's comparable. Hey, Anna, what's up? Okay, let me see. That's how it works, right? 5 decks. Or 5 accuracy per 1 point in dex, right? Okay. So that I can just get a more accurate number for accuracy. Because that would be 320. Yeah. So it looks like ones that are comparable, close to comparable, are listed for 2 divines. So I think best case scenario, you could try to sell it for 2 divines. But like, if someone had to choose between yours and this one, they probably choose this one just because of the more accuracy. It has less like lightning damage, but it has more physical damage. So it's kind of like a toss up, you know what I mean? So yeah, I would say 1 or 2 divines. If you're lucky, like I said, it's really hard to sell spears that aren't sea glass right now, or tangle tongue. Okay, that didn't end up becoming good enough. You want me to corrupt it? I'm down, Just. I just need to find 5 or 6 or whatever that isn't too insane. Gamba time, hell yeah, Zoo. Oh yeah, let me get one of these out too. Let us know if you hit anything insane. Okay. Good luck. I don't think it did anything. Yeah, I don't think it did anything. Oh, you lost life on kill and instead got stun duration. So yeah. Yeah, that was a weird corruption. It didn't do a lot. No, the Maimon hit was already there. That's like the inherent on that spear. So, yeah, send me a thing, Grim. Cooked. What's up, Viking? Also, while I'm doing this, uppercase, let me get you that Ami. What's his name? Zendaya? Oh, Zen instead of Zendaya. That's funny. Here, give me 1 sec. Or yeah, I guess I can do this first. I'll go to uppercase after that. How much crit chance do I have on my spear? I think we have like 17% or something. Like, I haven't really tried to to min-max on this build yet. Because it does fine as it is. You want me to roll? Oh, a ring. Let's see how they can be good, but usually they look like this. It's not the worst one I've ever seen. And we could, I don't even know. I would have to look at and see what the good ones are going for, because it might not even be worth divvying. But it's something. You want me to go again? Yeah, that's all I got. Boom. You don't know unless you try. There goes, what was that? 2.2 million rare monsters, and have one additional random modifier. Not the worst precursor ever. Yeah, what are like the high-end Venter's Gambles going for? There's a shit ton of them that are listed at a mirror, but I think that's also just I think there's just a lot of trolls. I wish they had someone that could just go through the website and just like get rid of postings that are clearly not realistic, or like send them a notification that, like, I don't know, do something, because it gets so annoying having to scroll through so many pages just to find like actual comparisons.
Confession that you're my obsession. You're pulsing through me. The blood is rushing and
Like, I've gone through like 12 pages.
you'll come say
Let's see, these ones might be realistic.
your body's close to me. I want you to come.
So a perfect roll on rarity, good rolls on fire, cold, and lightning. But 60 divs still seems way too high. That doesn't seem realistic. Because it had a shit spirit roll too. Like, I feel like spirit, rarity, and then having like at least 25% resistances is the ones that are gonna be valuable. I got 11 exalts and an orb of augmentation, 1/2. No, dude, I'm good. I appreciate it though, Krim. Does this build work without uniques? Yes. Before I like switched to the meta version, I could do tier 15s. The problem is that like the single target wasn't amazing, and then also getting enough damage while also getting enough like defense was a little bit difficult, but it's definitely feasible without uniques. W or L patch, it'd be like that. So far it's a W patch. Like, nothing about the patch, in my opinion, is negative. They didn't nerf anything. It's only just increasing your chances at getting better loot. So I think it's overall a W patch. Me personally, I need to do a lot of testing to see how big a difference the currency is and like the valuable items and stuff. So I've really maybe done like 8 patches since the, or eight maps since the patch released. So I don't have a good enough sample size to give an opinion. Patch is live. Yes, it is live on the Spectrum 2024 or Mike. I think on the Spectrum 2024, it just rolls off the tongue, so. Okay. So yeah, we were gonna do the tower so we can start buffing these maps. And the good thing is we shouldn't have to do, like, we didn't waste a lot of maps getting over here. And technically there is a third tower that's not too far away, but it's like it doesn't seem like there's really maps where all three of them would hit anyway. I guess there would be like 5 maps over here that all three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maps. And that one, the crypt right there. What are all these? They're all desert maps. Or desert and forest. So I've seen trenches. Apparently it can roll different biomes. Because I've seen trenches as swamp before, I feel like. Unless I'm just high. And by the way, I'm not, so. But I do miss, I miss things. That does happen. Are you high, Ricky? No. Dude, the funniest thing actually happened. This is a great, I think it's a funny story because I was like a little bit worried about it, even though I'm not like concerned about doing that stuff if I want to, you know, because I have been sober from drugs and alcohol for like 4 years, but that doesn't mean that I'm like, I think it's gonna be forever type thing. I'm not like, you know, it's not a big deal to me. That's the big thing. It's just more so it hasn't been congruent with the way my life has been going for the last, you know, like since COVID. But yeah, the other day my mom was asking me, because my dad has like a card, a medical card, because in Utah they're, you know, it's still a semi big deal. So he had to get a card because he has like really severe like migraines, and lately he's been dealing with he just got surgery the other day to fuse some of his vertebrae in his back. He just is like, it seems like he's always has some kind of injury. And so he has a card, but she bought, and this was the other thing that annoyed me, she went to the store and she just buys things and has no idea what she's buying. She just like takes recommendations from the people at the store, at the like medical marijuana store or whatever. And so she was like, hey, I got this thing, I don't know how to use it. And it was like it was one of the dopest like pipe vaporizer things I've ever seen in my life, because it looks like it's like shaped like an old-fashioned like wooden pipe that like you'd see like a grandpa smoking tobacco out of. But it's like made out of like glass and rubber, like silicone or whatever. And then it also vaporizes it. And so she was like, I have no idea how to turn it on. I don't know how to burn, because it's like he has like crystals that they gave him, and with also like just like bud. And so I was like trying to figure it out, and I finally figured out how to turn it on, but I couldn't figure out how to make it work because the instructions are also just pictures. It doesn't tell you anything. It's just like just pictures. And I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't explain how to make it burn, how to like how to change the settings. It just like shows click 3 times. And I'm like, okay, well, that I'm assuming that turns it on, but then like, how do I change the power? How do I do any of this other shit? Either way, it was super confusing, but like, I didn't want to, you can't tell if it's burning really unless something's in it, or maybe she already had something in it before that she was trying to get it to work. And so I was like trying to figure out how to get it to burn and stuff. And then I was like sucking like through the pipe to try to figure out like if it's working or not, because you can't see the vapor or like anything. You don't know really if it's working or not unless you're like dragging, you're pulling that through the system. And yeah, we got real close the other night. And the stuff that they give my dad is like insane shit too. It's like pure THC crystals and stuff. Like, it's not like, if that would have hit me, I would have been down for at least an entire day. What's up, Atomic? I got a skunk. You're on the right path. I appreciate that, Just. Only guy that survived. I hope your dad feels better. Yeah, I think it's hard with him. He's like, you know, and he's just getting older. Like, my mom is turning 70 this year, which is insane to me. So, you know, it's part of life. But he's the type where he would rather get a surgery than like try to find another way, or like try to work out or do other things to get, because a lot of like injuries and stuff you can rehabilitate by just being more active, and or like they won't create as many problems. But for him, he's always just like, can I get surgery? And they're like, I sure. Or like, you know, like he doesn't do a lot of the other stuff that you could do to prevent that. So I get the medical science stuff. Really, medical shit is the best. Anyone touches my shit, they go to the moon. Yeah, my pipe is a hand-blown glass skunk. Oh, that's sick. I had a few 500 plus bongs, but they all got broken. Cats, yeah, like, and that, you know, when I used to smoke, I was the type that like especially with weed, because I was never, except for my junior year in high school, that was like my super weed phase. I was never super into it. It was more so like I was just at a party or someone just gave me weed because they didn't want to get caught with it or something. And like half the time I would just like use a can, because I'm like, I'm not gonna go spend 20-30 bucks on a pipe or something. So I'd do the old like fucking white trash, dent a can, poke holes in it, poke a hole in the side for the carb, and that's what I did half the time. And then like when I lived in LA, I just got like one of the little vape pens, because I was like, if I ever want to smoke it or like to help me sleep or whatever, that's what I would use. And it worked fine for me. So I got DID, and when I smoked the, let me look up, I don't know what that stands for. Oh, okay. Alternate personalities, F off. Aluminum burns. Cans are dangerous. Oh yeah, dude. We've talked about this before, Atomic. There's a reason why I'm where I am today. And there's also a good reason why being sober has been better for me, because I went really hard in the paint. Should have died a lot of times. Lots of times. Because I was never, ever cautious about mixing things or where it came from or whatever. And we would go to like EDM festivals, you know, drink a fifth of liquor before, do probably a gram of white before, take press pills there, and also be doing more white there, and also continuing to drink, and then taking mushrooms and acid at the same time, and then, you know, just see where the night led. And the fact that I didn't die from something or like just end up dead, like, you know, the fact my heart made it through all that and my body. Also, probably why I feel like I'm 45 years old and I'm 32, you know, that could be part of it too, so. That's gnarly, yeah, right? My first time was out of a Monster can while I was at work. I love that, uppercase. Yes, apples, that was another thing, but like, hey, you can always find an aluminum can. If you're living like a degenerate, you can't always find an apple, let's be honest, you know? It's a defense mechanism for trauma, one of the... Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I died from an OD, 6 minutes? Holy shit. MDMA, snow, plus down, combo for Christmas. Yeah, so it was like, it was just, you know, and when I lived in LA, it was before there was like a lot of danger, like everything was cut. Like nowadays, I have friends that I still talk to who live in LA that carry testers. Coke testers, because it's so common that it's cut with that shit that kills everybody, fentanyl. So like they literally use a test kit. I'm like, if you're carrying around a test kit to make sure if you're gonna die or not, maybe, you know, it's probably not worth it. Just a thought. But yeah, so when I was there, I didn't know anybody that had gone through that or like where something had happened. And you know, you try your best to know who you're getting it from, whatever, but like that's never, no one knows where it comes from. Let's be honest. Like the guy who's selling it to you doesn't even know the guy who he bought it from. Who knows? Who knows anything? So yeah, but hey, saved a lot of money not doing that kind of stuff anymore. But it was crazy how like, how many people, like you just go into a bar and be like, yo, bump in the bathroom. And they'd be like, oh yeah, here, let's go. Like anyone. If you're at a bar, there's like an 80% chance if you go up to a dude, you're good to go. Like it's insane. Heart failed, 8 years clean now. Hell yeah, Atomic, I love it. Or a chick. Like, here's the thing. Also about LA, and just like, let's be in general. And this is not misogynistic. I could show you on one hand how many times a girl gave me drugs. There are not numbers I can even comprehend of the amount of times I gave girls drugs, okay? So that's kind of just the way it is. Oh no, I'm saying if you don't have any, someone has some. Everyone has some. So it's like, I was just saying, if you're looking for some and you don't have any, you tap any random dude at a bar and be like, hey, you know, and he'll be like, oh yeah, I got some. We're good to go. I know the bars, they'll serve it under the glass. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of people I knew that did that kind of shit too. The loot is OP. Oh, what have you found on the spectrum? There's always someone, exactly. But like in Utah, it was not, like when I came back right at the beginning of COVID, it was not like that at all. Like I was asking people and they're like, wait, what do you mean? I'm like, you don't even know where to get it? Are you kidding me? Am I in like the 1800s? What's happening? Yeah, any of those like big high population cities, it's pretty prevalent. So yeah, that's why I wasn't super worried about the whole aluminum can thing. I probably should have been, but there's nothing funnier than someone who's like doing drugs and like worried about, or like getting wasted and they're worried about like using their own $20 bill or drinking out of their own like container or something, and I'm like, you realize what we're doing, right? It's crazy, in my opinion. Like items at higher tiers and a lot more. Yeah, no, definitely like rare items and high tier, like magic and rare items. That is by far the thing that I have noticed the most. Currency, it feels like, is definitely better, but it's hard to tell. Like I need to, once I get these towers done and we can start doing some better maps, then it'll be interesting to see if like, because I was going from getting like a divine every 2 weeks. So if we're getting like, you know, 2 or 3 divines a stream, I will be fucking over the moon. Even though if that's the case, if I'm getting 2 or 3 divines, that means other people are getting like 10 or 15. And then everything is still out of my price range. So. I bet a larger amount of money that any kitchen in the world has, at least one guy has something. That any kitchen in the world, at least one guy has something. Oh yeah. Yeah, like, and like, that's the other thing, that's the service industry. There's a lot of drug use, just overall. But like, so like, you take places like Los Angeles, for instance, just the general population, there's probably higher drug use than like, let's say, Utah. Like the entire state of Utah. But then, you add on top of that the service industry. So it's like, they're just multipliers. You know, because it's already more people, it's more acceptable and more people have that stuff. And then in the service industry, in almost anywhere you go, there's a lot of that already. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm a chef, I agree. Wouldn't call myself a chef, but I've worked in kitchens for over 10 years now. Dude. A chef, I don't know, like, because that's what's funny, is that's always been an interesting thing to me. Like, I feel like if you work in a kitchen and you make food at an actual restaurant, no matter what restaurant it is, you're a chef. Now, if you work at a fast food restaurant, so I shouldn't have said no matter what kind of restaurant, but like if you work at like fast food or, what do they call those places? The QSRs? A quick service? Is that what it's called? Like somewhere like Five Guys or something where it's burgers, but it's like sit down. You're probably also not a chef. But if you work in a real restaurant, I don't get it. Because now there's like levels to it. Now if you went to school and got a degree, you probably don't want to call other people who didn't get a degree in like culinary arts or whatever a chef, but I don't think it really matters. It's like the difference where people say like, I'm not a waitress, I'm a server. It's like, dude, call me whatever you want. Just leave me a good tip, you know what I mean? Clip it. Maybe I used the wrong term. A chef to me is someone who actually in charge of a kitchen, running it all the time. Cooks can be anyone working in a restaurant. Fast food doesn't count. Yeah, but like, what do you call someone that, you get what I mean? I just feel like if you work in a kitchen, like there's a sous chef or there's a prep chef or there's a head chef. Like to call yourself a head chef, I think you probably have to be somewhat important. Because usually if you have different terms for chefs, then it's, you know, you have to have like qualifications to get those terms. But like a sous chef or a prep chef is literally someone who just cuts up shit before like the dinner rush. Like a prep chef is just like cutting up all the onions and the fucking like slicing potatoes and doing all that shit. It's not like a glamorous thing. But I've worked in restaurants for the majority of my life. Anything from like one of the top rated restaurants in Utah at the St. Regis Resort in Deer Valley, Park City, which is like, you know, one of those, it's one of the places where all the richest people in the world go if they come to Utah. And that place was miserable. I hated it. And then I've worked at places as low as Chipotle. So like there is differences for sure. But it's like all the pretentious terms, I don't really care. Like if you know what you're doing, there's people that are like amazing chefs that have made me a lot shittier meals than someone that just has worked there and knows what they're doing, or like just understands like flavors that work together. Like you don't have to, you know, be a fucking kitchen scientist to get it. But a lot of that depends on the restaurant too. Everywhere is completely different. But I worked at a place where I was working in the kitchen and it was like, so they were owned by the same people, but upstairs was like a pretty fancy sushi restaurant. And then the downstairs was like a live music bar / grill where they did that awesome thing where you can like crack the peanuts and throw the shells wherever you want. So it's like we were just sweeping up like peanut shells for an hour and a half after the shift ended. But I worked in both kitchens. So I would like work at the grill where it's just this tiny grill and you're just making burgers and fries and fried pickles and all that shit. Then I'd go up and work and like be cutting, you know, sashimi and learning how to like do sushi rolls and stuff too. So it was always like, it's crazy to go from those two, you know, such different environments. Wolf and Eagle Forge, Australia. TLDR patch helped, but don't expect much more currency. Chess farming will now be meta. Yeah, I think hitting chess, I'm still gonna be testing out as Merriam Wisps 100% because it seems like that could be decent. But I just haven't done enough of it to get like a good opinion on it yet. 50% reduce ignite duration on enemies. And I will say, like you said, don't expect too much more currency. I will say it depends on what currency you're talking about. Because so far, we've only done like 10 maps and I haven't done any juice maps yet. I got one div and I've got, you know, maybe 15, 20 exalted, getting a bunch more like chaos orbs and orbs of alchemy. So like those tier currencies are definitely dropping way more often, or at least more consistently. And but we'll get the final test in a couple days. We'll have a better idea of what it's really like. And the best way to test that isn't just RNG based is if the market changes. Okay, let's find some tablets for this. We got the first tower down. Why is that? They're both shrines with quantity. Okay. All the map boss ones are just gonna be quantity from the boss itself, which doesn't really help us. That's might be worth doing. Get an extra modifier to the bosses. Then next, we can try chests. Does that roll on? No. So as Merry Spirits, if we have one that increases, like pack size is decent. Not super interested in rarity, to be honest. Maybe we'll try that. We should maybe try to mix in one with like an actual event connected to it. I just don't know which event. I guess we could test Expedition since that's one of the like main ones they talked about. Rarity, remnants, quantity of log books. Quantity of log books and rarity. Quantity of artifacts. Explosive radius, rare monsters. Just like you can't get the ones that have like give me log books and rare monsters. Those are all map boss ones. Delirium. Gold. Also, don't use gold. Anything that has gold, don't use it. If you can, avoid it. Because getting increased gold means it's taking up a spot for another type of currency that could be dropping there. Maybe we'll try that one for Delirium. Okay. Now let's juice up these waystones that we have now. See if we get anything decent. And we're gonna have to be like trying to corrupt everything now. So we can run some of the boss maps with corruption. But like any of the ones that, I guess that's kind of low quantity anyway, so it's not that big a deal. If it has high quant, I don't really want to corrupt it and potentially lose it. Also, why is it so difficult to get 16s? I don't feel like it was that way before. But I think I was doing a lot of this just in mass. That's a good clip. Oh, Wisp been getting me rich since before patch. Oh, really? Found what I was looking for. I'll DM it. No need to share if you don't want. I just thought talking about the apple bong. Okay. I just got a level 20 gem from a strong box. Hell yeah, dude. I think I've only found 120 so far. This league. Dude, I love to be a prep cook, TBH, but just one night shift a week. I have 7 in a week. Not only night shift, also the whole day. That's what I mean when I say chef. I loved it years ago, now I hate it, so I'm going to change my profession. Hey, I always, you know, I think if you're not enjoying what you're doing, and I get that there's, you know, what's the word? It's an EX word. there's outside influences for things, but if you're miserable doing something, if you continue doing it, it's going to affect a lot of different aspects of your life. So I usually would say, if you can, it's probably a good idea to get out. Okay, we gotta be more careful with this so I don't accidentally do the ones that we don't want to corrupt. Okay, we got a couple, or we got 116. And it's not awful. It's not just all negatives. So for boss map, we have to do that. All these other ones has rare chests. Gold isn't great. Rarity. It's all negatives. Okay, we're gonna fill up our stash quick because I'm just gonna keep these things. Yeah, like external circumstances, but there's like a more specific term, and I was like, it's not like extemporaneous or existential. There's some word that I was trying to think of that I couldn't pull it out of the rabbit's hat, pull a rabbit out of the hat quick enough. Hello again, Darashi. I put way too many in this shit, and when someone is asking me about, I'm telling them the rough truth. Okay, I'm gonna look at that you sent me, Atomic. Oh, you used a potato. That's actually interesting. Yeah, I can't show it on stream. Mainly just because
Here we go.
I don't want
potato.
things to be technically my stream isn't required to have the 18 plus notification, at least as far as I know. Like,
Potato.
have you ever like clicked onto a stream and then it gives you that warning before you can watch the stream? Because I don't do any like smoking or drinking or anything on cam, and that's like one of the main things, I think. But like the shit that we talk about, it probably should be, but they haven't forced me to do it yet, so. I don't think it's required. Like, for instance, if I click on a random PoE2 stream right now, it's not gonna give me that warning. It's usually people who, what I've noticed is people who smoke or drink or have that kind of stuff, that's like more important to Twitch for some reason than like what you're talking about. Or if you're like, if it's a girl stream and she's, you know, half naked, then sometimes it'll pop up, but they kind of don't care so much about that for some reason. Like when you're doing your stream, like when you're doing your stream information, is that what you're talking about? I did not drop any dibs while I was away. Why corrupt keys for boss mats? On the spectrum. So, we just learned this. So I can show you. To get points into this tree on your Atlas map, I didn't know if you hover over them, it tells you how to get those points. But you need to do level 79 plus maps. So you either need to find a boss map that is like either corrupted or cleansed and has the +1 to all monster level, because just a tier 15 map will be level 79. So you need at least one more level to get more points here. And then you have to keep doing higher and higher. But the other thing is if you get a tier 16 waystone, that like inherently makes all the monsters in the map +1 level. And the only way to get the tier 16 is by corrupting a tier 15. So after I do this boss map with a tier 16, I'm gonna have to do it again, but on a boss map that already has the +1 level modifier on it because it's corrupted or irradiated or cleansed or whatever. And then use the T16 Waystone so that the monster level is 81 instead of 80. And then after that, we have to find where it's corrupted and irradiated. So you're getting 2 monster levels and then use a T16. So yeah, that's why. What do I use for pricing items? Exclamation mark sidekick, just. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I didn't know that it told you how to do it by just hovering over the points. So that also helps a lot. And then the last points you get are from killing the Arbiter. So like, yeah, I didn't even know that all of these had things. Like clearly these ones make sense because you just kill the bosses. But like with this, complete a Nexus or Corruption to earn points in this tree. Additional points are earned for completing Nexus of Corruption at higher Waystone tiers. 10 additional points are also earned for completing different unique maps. So because I haven't found 2 of the unique maps on my Atlas map, I'm stuck at 36. So until I find those, we're stuck here for the time being. What is this? Boom. Right there. We found one. I love it. Okay, so for this one, let's do those 3. And then if any of these ones already had +1 to monster level, we might actually be able to get 2 birds stoned at once. That one isn't a boss map though. So if a map is irradiated, it already gets +1 to monster level, right? That's like a guarantee. So like this one would work because it has the +1 modifier in the description, but it's also irradiated. Did I just use a Rickyism? What do you think? I killed boss at level 82 zone and I'm still at 6 out of 10. Yeah, Darashi, I don't know. I'm gonna try it. I haven't tried it yet, so we'll see. But like, it might just be a bug. Giant W. I'm a fit in real good around here. Yeah, that's like one of my favorite ones. Or what does he say? I'm not a... One of his terms for like explaining an astronaut. I can't remember what he uses off the top of my head, but it was like, that was one of my, yeah, he just had so many good ones. Okay, so we do this one and this one to get here. Or we do, yeah, we would waste more maps going that way. Okay. So we might have that one for sure. That one doesn't have a boss. Okay. So yeah, we do have this one. Where was it? Here? That we can run. That has the +1 as well. I forgot what that unique map was gonna do. Something about, oh, map bosses have 1 additional modifier. Okay, so that's cool. Because they say modifiers are what affect, like, their drops, which was something else I wasn't I didn't know last league. Arbiter only gives 2, so I'm still missing 2 points for bosses. Yeah, that's where I'm confused about it. Because if you did a level 82 map, like a boss map, and you didn't get it, then I don't even know. So when you put map in the node on a cleansed area, it'll say the area level before you open it. Cleanse can have multiple options. Like you can see all of the potential. I don't know why it won't hold it in place. So you can see all the different ones, like this one. So the cleansed part of this is 68% reduced experience gain, and the area contains 26 additional packs of cleansed monsters. Then all the other things are things from my tablets. So like on the one that I need to do, the cleanse modifiers. How do I get it to stay up again? Oh, maybe it won't stay up because, okay, that's why. But yeah, on this one, you get the cleanse monsters and +1 to monster level of area. And then all the other things are from tablets, so. It's one of my faves too. Got a hot sec? Oh yeah, I got you, uppercase.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
There it is. The good thing is, you can still do a lot with it. You know what I mean? Like, when that's the first thing that rolls, it's usually decent. Right here, this rocket ship. Yes, that line, like his whole monologue he gives there is great. But I mean, like, he's like, I'm not a fucking planet scientist or whatever he calls himself because he can't think of astronauts. You need T16 plus boss plus irradiated plus 1 from cleansed or corrupted area. Yeah, because T16 is 1 to monster level. Irradiated is 1 to monster level. And plus 1 from cleansed or corrupt area is 1 to monster level. So that would be 82. He's saying he did an 82 and he still didn't get the points for it on a boss map. So I don't know what's happening with that one, but we're gonna try it out and see if it works for us. This first one will only be 81 because it's irradiated 16 and plus 1 from cleansed, right? If I use a 16, it might be an 82. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Do we get multiple points if we do the top one first? Because I don't think I've even done an 80 yet. So do I get like, do I get all my points from doing an 82? Because that's how it should work. Just like doing the corrupted nexuses, if you can do a higher tier than is like the required tier, you should get all the points up until whatever tier you're at. I think. That's another thing that I've noticed dropping a lot more often is gem cutters prisms. You guys, give me some space. I feel like when it doesn't have like space to spread out, it does not hit the way it should. But I think these guys all have like some weird modifiers. They have 76% elemental res, ailment threshold, stun threshold, monster damage. Yeah, there's a lot of shit they got going on in here. Thank you. Stun locked. That hasn't happened in a minute though. No lag spikes or anything. Yeah, right? Especially if you're using anything with on-ground effects or something that has like a lot of projectiles. That tends to exacerbate the problem. If I don't have heavy belts, stellars, pearl rings, do I bother chancing anything? You should do Arbiter first so you get the node that says that... Oh, I see what you're saying, T-God. Yeah, well, getting the Arbiter first would require a lot of either divines or time. So we're kind of just going with whatever we get to first. Because I do have citadels that I can see, but getting to them and completing all of them isn't a guarantee. Or I just spend divs to get the keys for it. Which, I don't know. I'm not super confident in the Arbiter fight. I usually have to do a fight a couple times till I get like the timing of the mechanics down, even though I did it last league. It's been a minute. Works really good for EA. I hate how everyone doesn't talk about this. They just make me feel like I'm the only MF who has issues. No, I talk about frame drops all the time, dude. Arbiter 1 is super easy? Okay. Yeah, well, maybe we'll try it if we, I'll see what the fragments are going for. If it's not too expensive, I'm definitely down to try it. Like, if it's less than 5 divs to run it, then I'll do it. Because it's like almost a guarantee you're not gonna make 5 divs from doing it, so it's like it's all just for those points. And then even if you do get one of like his like S tier drops, both of them only have very few options of being the valuable version of them. I love these guys that are dead that just follow you around after you kill them. I don't even know what Arbiter does, because last league I had a friend abusing cringe one-shot build with ice walls, so boss would die on frame 1. I had to learn what bosses actually do. Fragments are like 1 div each? Okay, that's not bad at all. With an OP build, that is. Haven't fought him yet. Fragments are okay now. Chinese people were duping them for 2 weeks. Oh shit. That's why chicken leg went from 40 div to 5 div. Dude, how do they still have like issues with that? With duping? Like, how is it that they figure out the issue and they ban people? Like, however, probably not enough people, but still, they ban some people. And then next league, it's an issue again. Because I didn't even know duping was a thing this league yet. Okay, we're gonna, on this solar amulet, what were you using before? I guess an attack one? Either attack or attribute. Because we want crit hit chance and or accuracy. Okay. Decent start. And a little bit of crit hit chance. Not great, but definitely worth trying to roll out, see if we get anything insane from it. Don't do Arbiter, waste of currency. New patch, where on server machine was rendering less maps than client, so if you open portals multiple times, server could reset citadels and unique maps. Oh shit, yeah, that's crazy. A good chicken wing is still 50 divs, only the shitty ones are cheap. Wait, what is a chicken wing? Are you talking about this thing? The Sacred Flame? Does that quest tracking on the UI not bug you first thing I turn off? Oh, this over here? Honestly, it's just become part of like the info. It doesn't really bother me, but I didn't even know it was something you could turn off. That? Boom, there we go. Because it's not like the overlay map that I really like. And then people come in and be like, how do you play like this? That's just so distracting on the screen. I can't even see what's happening. I'm like, well, that's why you do you, I do me. Okay, do I have another 16? Because I might be able to knock one of these out right now. I do not. Might as well just corrupt some more. See if we get some 16s. Since it's about a 1 in 20 chance to get a 16, it seems. Oh, we need more. That's absurd. All of those and we didn't get a single 16. That's what I'm saying. Nope. Nope. There we go. Then you want a 60% plus, you're paying for it. I'm never lucky with 16s. Anyone in here ever mess around with that or cast on block? I didn't at all. It was nerfed to generate 25 energy on block, so I didn't bother yet. This was generating 250 energy according to the tooltip. Then I would assume so. Well, that's insane. It would be cool if they had more like trigger effect skills. Especially for, like, that's the thing, is it's really easy to get heralds for any build that uses attack. You get what I mean? Like, you attack, you can get your heralds to proc, and there's all these different heralds for that. But for casters, you're supposed to have cast on shock or cast on ignite and cast on freeze as your version of that. But they've nerfed that 1,000 times, and there's not enough, like, cool cast on some things. I guess they're all kind of based on, like, specific things, but even if you did, like, I don't know. I don't know what they could add that would make it useful, but also just, like, making them decent again would be great. But I just acquired this shield for the lucky block chance, so I was just curious. Okay, we already finished this one, right? We need to go to this one. Wait, what happened to the 16? Did I? Oh, I did. Okay. Well, I might as well use the 16 now, because we're getting... That would make it 81, right? Because 16 plus 1, irradiated plus 1. So let's try it. We'll see how it... Because I might as well do the 81 before I go to hit the 82 one, because I'm assuming it doesn't give me both points. I probably have to do them each separately. The biggest W will be if these loot drop changes actually make greater jeweler's orbs accessible. Because for some reason they are still impossible to find. Because whatever rarity tier they're in, it's way too high than it should, like, from what it actually should be. Cast on crit is good. Totems can't proc heralds, which I think kind of sucks, but whatever. Can totems do like cast on crit though? Or like cast on freeze or something? Have you ever tried that? Just got my first annulment orb. There we go. Still no divs. Okay. Looking at the private league options, guess I'll ask the community what they want to play. Dude, I can't wait to check it out. You know I don't play PoE 1 yet, but I can't wait to watch you. Like, I want to see what people can come up with, because I think it's a cool idea. I just don't know, like, what kind of league options there even are from Path of Exile 1. Seems like they've added a few of them to this, but even like something like the Wildwoods, I didn't realize was like that was a league mechanic from Path of Exile 1. I can't see anything. Tier 3 ruby ring. We like that. Haven't tried it, TBH? Wait. Since they are entities that are summoned and use their own weapon, etc., they might be unable to generate energy. With Sunder, you can get guaranteed crits. So like maybe there's something. Yeah, there you go. Totems won't trigger anything as they use their own attack. They will generate power charges though. I did learn that on the Witch Lich Abomination build that I was working on. Still can't get those elusive 20s. Much less level 20 spirit gem. What are those of are positive? Rare monsters? The ice spikes one sucks balls though, because those things hit like a fucking truck. Interesting. I don't think we found the gray make yet. So that's it. That makes it cooler. I don't think it has any value at all, but they can get charges. Yes, they can. I was thinking of abusing that with 50% more crit multiplier on Infernalist, and all damage counts towards ignites, but never went for it. Dude, that's insane, Darashi. Sounds like that could turn into something crazy. This chick, I do not like her style. How is she even worse in mapping? Dude. And he, not only Sunder, boom! First one on stream. Not only Sunder gets guaranteed crit, but also has built-in 100% crit multi added. That's pretty sick. Hey, golf claps. I do 20 builds a week. Dude, I don't understand people who are able to do that, because I get so frustrated trying to do one build that isn't like a defined build, you know?
Pack's full.
That I'm just like winging it. I'll come back and pick it up. I waste a lot of space in my inventory keeping extra waystones and stuff, but it's because it's like searching for the waystones that you're looking for. It's better now that we have a tab for sure, but it's still a pain. Nope. Nope. Probably nope, but we'll give it a chance. Okay, let's see this, what was it? Tier 3 ruby ring? Cold damage, evasion rating, rarity, and mana regen. This rarity is a suffix. It might have potential. Right now, not a lot, but... Oh, also, she didn't give me a book, so apparently I don't need to do that one. I just realized that. Oh, that's a max roll on Quant. We'll take that. And we'll take out the breach one. I do one build since start. Oh yeah, let me make sure I go grab that quiver. Let's see what's on the quiver. I don't know what the 2-point, what the like implicit is. Accuracy rating? I guess that's not bad. At this point, I came up with a strat that lets me beat campaign in 5 hours. Wow. So it doesn't feel that bad to make more chars. Yeah, that's what I do too. Each tune is a new speed run attempt. IDK, I'm just unable to stick to one character. For me, I just have a hard time, like, well, the biggest thing is currency, because whenever you're working on builds, it requires currency. The more characters you're playing, the less currency you're getting. So that's been another drawback. Like, if it wasn't as expensive to do a lot of the things. 9 to 14 fire damage to attacks, critical hit chance for attacks, dex, and life per enemy killed. You want that, Krim? Does anyone here have contact to someone in GGG? I tried turning exploded pigs from Act 1 Burning Village into specters and you can't do it. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. I agree. That's bullshit. Okay, we'll save that for maybe recombinating or something. Mesa. Huge mapping, huge patch. Okay. Then after this tower, we might try to go to the Fractured Lake, because I think that one's on the way to the next tower. And then also the maps we are hitting in between should be better. We just didn't really have any quant tablets, so it's kind of hard to test that without trading for them, and trading for them is kind of a pain, so we might have to do that. Whether I like it or not. See, that whole like boss teleport mechanic has got me into trouble so many times. Where you get the rare effect, rare monster effect, and it teleports you to enemies, but it'll teleport you to an on-death effect. I just wanted to make an army of war pigs. That would have been sick. I guess they don't even really leave a corpse, do they? So that might be the problem. What the fuck was that? I saw that lightning orb just show up out of nowhere. Then I move like 10 feet away from it and it still killed me. Well, that's fun. Let's just take one of these shit ones. Do that one. If you kill them before exploding, they do. Okay. I have no idea how to do that. Send me a link and I'll say something. I like the way you think, Garashi. With the way the forums have been lately, I'm sure that'll be on their top of their priority list. I don't know what's attacking me.
This'll do nicely.
I want bacon. Like the food, uppercase. Can we get a group petition here to make pigs great again? Hey, give me a petition, I'll sign it. What the F else would I mean? I don't know, that was just so random. Bacon's pretty solid, I'll admit, but it's still pretty random. Okay, there's some middle area that I missed. He was talking about pigs. Fair point. Definitely a fair point. I didn't connect the dots quick enough. Dude, these little roly-poly-olies can get fucked. What's up, Sin? How are you doing? Keep up, man. Donde es the fucking thing?
They're like, oh my god,
Wasn't
well,
this
you
supposed
can't
to
say
also
that, bitch.
have
Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna
rare
fucking bear.
chests? Synchro! Thank you so much for the prime, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I'm still salty. I lost that essence map. Yeah, that sucks, dude. Especially because they're like, I still haven't even seen one. Like, that shit seems insanely rare. This is never in the middle of the map, right? Guess it could be down in that corner, maybe? Got your PJ? Wait. Oh my god. For a second I was like, what are you talking about? Dude, you're good. Don't even worry about it. We have better drops now. I got glitched by Balbala after killing her and failed on the essence map. That's absurd. Lightning cold. just having any belt that has something useful on it makes it like, I don't think anyone is really using belts other than like the unique ones. At least none of the builds I've seen are, so probably a waste of time, but hey, you never know. So do you feel the difference of drops are looking good? I will say, and this isn't a great sample size, but in the last, 2 weeks, I've had one raw divine drop, and today alone, I've had 2 divines drop. So, like I said, small sample size. We've only really been playing for like maybe 2-ish hours. And now we finished a tower so we can juice a bunch of these maps up. And we have this other tower that we can hit and try to get even more juice for some of these maps where all 3 of them will hit. I just want to see if there's a better direction to go from. Where's the edge of that? Is there another tower somewhere that I just don't want to waste these maps that all 3 of them would actually... I guess it's only one map that we'd be wasting. Okay. Dude, I had to wait an hour till I could even play both the tools that got stuck in there. Both, if the tools... I don't know. Yes, we do have a bad uppercase. I got you. Tunes, okay. It's bricked. My witch still been waiting 2 hours. Holy shit. Wait, what belt should I be using? What are you using, Krim? Okay, I made the post on forum. May I draw? Of course, Rashi, you're great. My new build is up and running. Just need to farm a beast. Which beast, Sin? And what build are you doing again? Please support adding exploding pigs as specters. Okay, let's pull this up. This is gonna be wordy and gonna be absurd.
Step on the land, I've got your hand, and now we're way down, fade out low. Was it your plan? Can't understand. I love the air you bring, everything. Underneath the sun, a fire is burning. You tell me to hold on tight.
Finally, PoE 2 adds specters, and I was one step closer to making that dream come true. Only to find out, unfortunately, Boom. Nailed it. Cold NATOs need a haste/hasted beast. Oh, you mean like to tame. Okay. Even better with Cold Trail, but that's pushing it. There's a joke there somewhere. There's a secret beast farming strat my friend found if it's not patched yet. Ricky's locked in. Nah, you do Chalice on Sanctum and you capture Snake Beast that soft locks the room. So you need to leave and come back and redo room again or something. Ooh, that's actually clutch, because like not having a high spirit cost is insane. This needs to be heard everywhere. Please let this happen, for I genuinely would love an army of pigs as well. Pretty half-assed uppercase, let's be honest, okay? But, you know, we appreciate the effort. So playing the same kind of NATOs, but using a weapon swap for the speed to use slash to move with, but when Twister it switches back to Tangle. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Suck it sideways, I'm high as fuck. Dude, hey, I will say, wasn't one grammatical or spelling error. I guess grammatical error counts, spelling errors count as grammatical errors, but the secret speed tech. 30% increased attack speed. Oh, nice. That's sick. And then wait, what do you have on it? More attack speed? So you're getting 40% attack speed from that. Pretty nuts. Yeah, see, like this is a fractured mirror. I don't know if you could see it because there's so much shit that's always going on the screen. But here's another one. But I didn't have a single fractured mirror before this update, so. Since I shared my knowledge with you, please go support the pig post. What's up, Bigfoot? When are you not high AF, brother? Give it to me straight. How's the patch? Dude, Bigfoot, I just said this a couple minutes ago, but 2 weeks before this, I'd found 1 divine orb. Today I found 2. So, small sample size, but it does feel like I don't feel like I'm just running maps nonstop and it's not worth my time. And we're getting like, it feels like I'm getting more jewels, like jewel drops, and you know, then all the lower currencies as well. Like Exalteds have been pretty solid, Regals, Alchemy, all that stuff. It feels better for sure. It feels like it's a significant enough buff that it's definitely noticeable. Why am I not hitting any of these guys? Like, see, Regal, Val, Exalted, all back to back. At least that's something. Oh, I'll go back to the strongbox. I just didn't want to waste my time in the delirium. And last time, I got selfish with the strongbox and then got one shot by an enemy off screen that I don't even know how. Really good, yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels like if I wasn't playing the game, it feels like it would be significant enough to bring me back to the game, but... Alex! Boom, thank you for the follow, brother. How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I guess I might as well just get an orb of alchemy. I don't really keep those in my stash. Maybe I should start. Or in my inventory. Instead of... I don't even know why I pick up staves, like caster staves. Like they're never, I don't really know anybody using a stave that's not like a unique one that has a specific ability. Yeah, I carry Alex for strong boxes, drop 3 regals, can craft past magic out of map. That's actually probably a good point. I think the only reason I even started keeping regals was for strong boxes, so. It's not great. Also, if you roll right after you activate a strongbox, it won't freeze you. I don't know if any of you might have already known that, but... Okay, we got gem cutters, quiver, but it's corrupted already, so it's probably not great. But even that, like, usually I would do a strong box like that and get fucking orbs of augmentation and transmutation. That's it. A lot of poison damage out of nowhere. Now we'll try the expedition, and we have to go kill Black Crow too. Life missing. Quantity of items. So we do want logbooks. Doesn't seem like there's any rare ones on this one.
You sure about that placement?
Okay, let's get it, brother.
Light 'em up.
Oh my god. I don't even know what just happened. So we got a tablet. A lot of artifacts. That's good. We like that. I don't even know what's the point of the coinage. I don't know if I've ever used it. I use a freeze charm anyway. Brother, breach changes are huge. Got 200 breach splinters, 1 breach. Holy shit, Carnage. I use stun charm and it doesn't do shit half the time. Want to give me his flask? Reroll at the traders. Oh, okay. You only use it if you want to do that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because they definitely, by adding the recombinator, they made, like, expeditions actually feel like worth doing. But, that whole crafting mechanic, like, did you guys ever spend any amount of time, like, trying to use that? Not the recombinator, but the old crafting one from expeditions? Because it just didn't feel great to me. I think I tried it once and I was like, yeah, this is a waste of my time. You did? Okay. From PoE 1, but options are so limited. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. I didn't play PoE 1, but yeah, it just didn't feel like the gear that they had didn't feel good enough to like want to really focus it at all. Time to beast reset for the next few hours. Have fun, dude. Hey, at least in the end, you'll probably get something you use. I did that on my Lich Witch and wasn't even able to use the companion because it was a quadrilla and they cost like 300 spirit to use or something absurd. Where the fuck is Crow? I like it in PoE 1, but in PoE 2, it's abysmal. Options here are like reset all prefix, reset all suffix, etc. How did I miss that guy? In PoE 1, you would have remove lowest mod, upgrade 3 random mods by 1. Oh, yeah, that sounds way better. I have a nice quadrilla, but he is too big. Forever fucking your vision. 42 to 43% of your spirit on. Yeah, I know, it's disgusting. Hey, come on, big guy. There's no way, dude. I literally roll. Oh, the hitboxes sometimes are so frustrating. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do there without like just not engaging him at all. you can take companion nodes. It's a lot, TBH. Yeah, Derry. Trying to catch one of these nail beast looking things. They even headbutt and stun bosses. Oh, nice. Give you 8% damage when near companions and 12% companion damage, but you also get the node that makes damage increases to companion affect you as well. So it's like 20% damage per node. And after that, you can grab like 20% less reservation of companion. Yeah, so like if you're going into a companion heavy focus build, but if you're just trying to use it as to get like the elemental res or whatever, like that's what I was trying to use it for. It's just you farm for hours and hours to find one with elemental res, and then it costs way too much. Like you can't get enough spirit with your build setup. So yeah, it would be fun to go into to like try using those nodes, and it's just I really think that a lot of the specters are just way too overpriced, because either you get one that is like really slow, so it's not like, because like if you're moving through a map quickly, yeah, it respawns, but then it also takes time to like do its abilities. So if you're trying to get a damage one, it's really slow and weak, or it costs so much spirit that you're like, how can I even justify using it? But I haven't like put a crazy amount of effort into that specifically. What's up, Morgan? How are you doing tonight? Okay, let's see. Dude, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm capped on res. I just feel like there should be a point in progression where you just don't get one shot. Like, it's just not a thing. Or especially if you're at the edge of their attack. Boom.
Maggots.
Boom. I'm all right. How are you? Dude, I'm doing great. We're having a great time. Other than dying. But yeah. The patch feels awesome. And yeah, everything is going super solid. How did the rest of your stream go with blood farts? Seemed like you guys were having a good time. The whole shared chat thing can be cool, but it can also be confusing. And then like last time I tried to do that, I tried to do it with Beef, and then he couldn't like log into PoE for like hours into the stream. So we were like, he was like way behind us, and then it created a bunch of issues. Has 2 point. I have a meme, whirling assault witch hunter. It's not part of the vision. Start working on increasing that chaos res. Yeah, well, that big slam I'm pretty sure is in chaos, but yeah. And still dies. It was okay. What happened to my claim in... I must have missed that, Sin. I don't know if you noticed what happened in yesterday's stream. There was a lot going on. Morgan, you missed it. It was like one of the most insane streams ever. I got a ton of new followers from it, so that's cool. We had like 500 people in here, And it wasn't like a bunch of big raids. Like we had Nug Run raid us early with like 100 viewers, but then all of a sudden we had like 350 on Twitch and like 150 to 200 on YouTube. Which was insane because I'm still super new to YouTube. I'm not even like, hopefully that helps with like, you need like a certain amount of watch time and followers to ever like get invited to YouTube, like their version of a partner program. So hopefully like streams like last night help a ton because I think I'm stoked about doing more stuff with YouTube because they're pushing live streaming a lot, but it was a little too chaotic for me at times. I could tell that you were getting not like frustrated, but just like kind of frazzled, and you didn't know when to pick your times to talk because she didn't ever mute when she was like doing her talking to her chat. So yeah, I get that 100%. Which is tough to do, especially if you're playing on controller. I don't even know if you can do it easily on when because does she play on console or does she play on PC? She just uses a controller. Slam is physical. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I got you right now, Sin. Yeah, anything else that I missed, I tried to say it earlier in the stream, but for anyone that's in here now, let me know because I apologize. I know I probably missed multiple things, so if I didn't answer a question, I promise it was not on purpose. I just got a little bit overwhelmed for a bit. Don't go to the dark side? Wait, what's the dark side, Red? Boom, there you go. Saying good for you. I think we maxed out at 300 viewers last night. Yeah, no, it was insane. I didn't realize that when you do that, it combines everyone's viewers. So it makes it, that's pretty sick. The highest I saw peak was at like 525. Yeah, it was just crazy. I couldn't keep up with things. And then I like, also the other thing is with YouTube chat, it's usually a little bit slower. Like, you know, it's smaller. I'm new doing it. But like we had a bunch of people talking on YouTube too, so like keeping up with that. Ever shut the fuck up? Oh wait. No, she didn't, and it was only one person, and her fucking bot wouldn't stop spamming. It was insane. Oh, it wasn't blood. Woo. What up, Hottie? What's up, Merca? What's the dark side, you say? Well, we'll see the side with the light. It's the other side. No, you're good. Were you just talking about YouTube? Like, the dark side of you, like, YouTube streaming? Dude, props, like, that's the thing, is it'll get annoying hearing me talking about it, but, like, YouTube has been doing a lot to try to push live streaming, and I feel like YouTube is way better at, like pushing people, like their algorithm works a lot better than Twitch's, where it's like it's hard to get new people into Twitch unless you get rated. But even like the rating mechanic, typically if I get rated, it's like really rare for me to get like 2 new followers. So that's what's insane. Like I've been rated by streamers with like 350 people and I didn't get like more than 2 new followers from that. So it's like it looks good for the numbers, but it's not like for your viewership numbers, but a lot of times it's not like really helping you. What's it like being a virgin? Have you considered extending your streaming? Yes, we have, Mick. You just wait. Also, what's up, Mick? Always coming in with the zingers. hours the jaw. Oh, how's the jaw doing today? How do you multi-stream? Darashi, if you're interested in it, I could message you on Discord. Cause it's can be somewhat complicated, but it not too bad. I think the hardest thing is getting like bots set up for multiple streams and then getting alerts set up, because when someone does something on YouTube, I want to recognize that, and getting all the chats in one place and recognizing the different chatters, where they're from, and the fact that like I could have chat on screen so that you guys could see what people on YouTube are saying, but I read somewhere that that's against Twitch's TOS, even though I feel like I've seen other people do it. I don't know. Never seen everything with her. Wait. Who's the Australian girl? What was her name? Because I couldn't remember, like... That's Kitty? Yeah, she seemed pretty chill. She's... no hate around here. You know what I mean? But... got a lot of stuff going on. I'll put it that way. But the headset and the talking, it was killing me. Yeah, the whole YouTube thing, I was just trying to be funny. Well, good luck with it. I appreciate it, Red. Yeah, we'll see. It is, if you get caught, you only get one warning. Okay. Most use a bot to pull up YouTube comments into Twitch. So a bot just like reposts the comments into Twitch? Interesting. But the thing is, like, yeah, I'm still learning. There's a lot. Multi-streaming on Twitch is okay these days. They gave up on it, I think. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is before you couldn't, if you were an affiliate on Twitch, they wouldn't even allow you to stream on other platforms, but they realized that was stupid. She's so fun. I honestly thought she was gonna be kind of stuck up, but yeah, no. Well, Australians are 95% of the time, I've had great experiences with Australians, so. Oh, she talks about her plastic all the time. Okay, I was gonna say, cause yeah, that, it caught me off guard when I went to follow her and I pulled up her stream. I was like, whoa. What's going on here? Yeah, anything you put out on Twitch had to be Twitch only or stuck on Twitch for minimum 24 hours before posting to other sources. Then they were like, oh wait, that's dumb. Also, they were like, you're hindering your own platform, because if you're reaching out on other platforms and saying like what Ghosted used to do is he would tell people on YouTube, hey, come over here and, you know, if you want to be a part of the giveaways or if you want to be part of, you know, the polls and stuff. And he was pulling people from YouTube over to Twitch. Now, you know, Twitch has made a lot of really interesting decisions in the last 5-ish years. I would say more so like in the last 3 years. But I don't know how long they're going to sustain being like the #1 live stream place, because it doesn't seem like they're doing a lot to incentivize not only consumers but also like content creators to be on Twitch. And like things that like Kick are doing, like Kick is actually, so if you become part of their like partner program on Kick, they will just pay you to stream flat up. Like, as long as you maintain a certain amount of viewers, you make like hourly income for streaming because you're bringing people to their platform and stuff like that. So What's up, FSK? They're pretty chill. I miss Australia. Yeah. It's only Gamba streams. Okay, like Twitch has a bad Kick has a bad reputation, and it is deserved because of they became the hub of gambling streams, which the company that owns Kick is Stake, which is, or like they own the majority of Kick or whatever. It's a gambling company. It's online gambling. So of course it's going to be promoted. And that's why, because like the truth is Twitch doesn't make money. And yet they take like more than 50% of my money, and they are like forcing ads more than any other platform, and they still aren't profitable. The only reason they still exist is because Amazon bought them, and Amazon uses it as advertisements for their products a lot of the times, or products that they're partnered with. So it's like being number one in the marketplace, even though it's not making them money directly from that service, it's like awareness, you know, and having that like market control essentially. Whereas like somewhere like Kick, no ads, and they also have like way better percentage shares with their streamers. So it's like you don't have to be one of the top 5% of streamers to like actually get a fair cut where you can like do a 70-30 cut, or like, I don't know if they changed it, but at one point it was that the streamers got 100% of like the subs and stuff like that. And now they just have this new program where you're actually getting paid just to stream. So it's like, and they use it the same way that Amazon uses Twitch, because they're just like, we're making money gambling, and if we have our big content creators that are, you know, gambling, people are going to get more involved in the ecosystem, and so it's like more about them making money getting people gambling versus making money advertising to them to use their products like Amazon does. My point is the other categories have barely any viewership. Well, they have some, like the other category that's their number one category is IRL streamers. And that's where they've got another big black mark on their record, because a lot of those guys, because they don't have like the same rules as Twitch. They tried, originally Kick was like, no rules, come here to live stream, you can do whatever you want. They found out pretty soon that that was not a good idea. But even then, it's still way more relaxed. Even the rules that they have implemented, it's still way more relaxed. So it's like you have a lot of people that are like live streaming on Kick because they can, and they go out and like just like basically commit crimes, or like people like get perma-banned on Twitch for breaking the TOS, go to Kick, and then use it as an excuse to just like keep doing the most insane shit, or just harassing people, or, you know, like just crazy stuff like that. So Kick isn't much worse than Twitch. Watch the Twitch CEO's vid. That's a good point, Sin. So companies are now losing Twitch for meetings too? Wait, what do you mean, Morgan? Boom. Hey, Sara. Hasted Companion. Hell yeah. Arklagon. Hello there. Dude, drops feel... It's definitely a noticeable difference. Like this is the type of stuff, even though they're Exalteds, we did just find a div like a map or two ago. Yeah, today we've already found 2 divs. We're getting Exalteds, and like even just the quality of the gear that you're finding, like more rare items, higher tier, it does feel a lot better in my opinion. And we have a small sample size, so it'll be interesting to see as we start getting further along, like how big the difference is, or if it's like to the point where it's almost too much, like they're gonna have to lower it down. Because the more currency that's out there, yeah, it feels good for people, but that just means that the prices of items go up. You know, like you find more divs, but if everything costs more divs, you're not really... It's not like a net positive, you know? And like chests, like the rare chests and caches are like actually dropping things too. So that feels like it, you know, your first instinct if you've been playing the game since release is to just skip most chests. Like I would try to hit for sure the rare chests, but like white and magic chests, the normal and magic chests, there was no shot I was gonna hit those. But now I'm getting like exalteds and stuff dropping out of those, so I'm like, yeah. Like that. But this is just like a small example, you get what I mean? And you've already seen, like, this is probably at least 2x, probably 3x of what I was getting before, so. They use Twitch for like conferences and stuff. I might have to come back. Right, FSK? I better buy my chicken wing ASAP, TBH. Yeah, probably. Love that everyone just wants more currency drops. Prices are all relative anyway. Exactly. It's a 3-tower boss map setup. Dude, I have not Ultra after you were telling me about doing the 3-tower shit. I have not found a single place on my Atlas map where there's 3 towers close enough to make a difference. But that's disgusting. Like, that's just overwhelming. Hopefully at least something in there is usable. But not gonna help you buy what you need faster. If you use the strats now, I think my biggest thing is when I would use those strategies that are more time consuming, like getting towers set up, trying to get as much quantity as possible, having your Atlas tree set up in a way that's gonna help with currency drops and help with just more drops in general. Like all this stuff that is time consuming, I still didn't feel like I was getting the results. So I think now doing this stuff might actually be worth it, and that would be huge because I just don't want to feel like I'm wasting my time. Spell physical damage. So I don't think focuses can't roll crit chance, right? That home is interesting. And we got the old Black Sun Crest Wrap Great Helm. That's our first one of those. Oh, a couple of things were nuts. Y'all wanted more loot. Couple trips back to hideout. Yeah, for sure. Then you just sit there with Scrolls of Wisdom and check it one by one. I'd really like to come back to PoE soon, but I'm gonna stick out the season in D4. Oh yeah, for sure, Morgan. Like, no, it makes sense to do it. Like, especially because, like, if you want my super honest opinion, there's not a lot of people really making time for D4 as far as like streamers go. Like you look at someone like Makendo, he had like 20 viewers playing PoE, and since he's been focusing on D4 only for the last like month or two, his viewership is like insane. So, but it is hard to play something that you're not having a really great time playing. So I do get that side of it as well. What was the question? Can focuses have crit hit chance on them? Because I'm pretty sure they don't. Did the update really help a lot? I feel like, for me, I found 2 divines in today, which is, you know, way more. Like, I usually find 1 divine every week or like every 2 weeks, so it feels a lot better. There's not that many people playing D4. Well, here's the thing. You say that, but there's enough people playing or watching that it could help a lot. For like, you know, even with me, if I just started going and only playing D4, now that I've been building my audience around Path of Exile 2, it would be bad for my stream. But over time, if I kept doing it, it would probably like double my viewership, just because there's like all of the old D4 content creators are not really hyped about it anymore. Like Rax doesn't really play anymore. Woody will go back for the season, but I bet he'll be off of D4 in probably, I don't know, a week or 2, and then either be playing Last Epoch or Path of Exile 2. Darth Microtransaction doesn't even really play anymore. So those were like I would say 5 out of the 7 top D4 streamers don't like enjoy the game anymore and aren't playing it consistently. So that means that those audiences, like, yeah, let's say 80% of their audience is just gonna follow them whatever game they play, because they have that like built-in steady audience already. But that other 20% from all those people that just want to watch D4 content because that's what they play, only for spells, not for attacks. But I mean, can you have crit hit chance, or is it only crit damage? Because I know you can have crit damage, but I was wondering, because I was talking about like caster staves before, and I was like, I don't know if you can get critical spell chance, then you could get more from a focus and a wand, but if not, you could probably get more crit from a stave. Now, like spell damage and lightning damage or fire or whatever type of spell damage you're doing, you'd probably get more having a wand and a focus, but only specific spell crit chance? I don't know if I've ever seen it. I guess I don't have a lot of focuses anyway. Yeah, there's a ton of D4 viewership, double the viewers of PoE2. I don't like Darth and Woody Joe either, so all good. Hey, to each their own. I get it. Like, there's people, and I don't shy away from like being straight up about things, you know? Like, I like to be unfiltered, but you can get crit chance. Okay. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, like, apparently I just haven't found it, so it's still probably, like, they need to do something about caster staves then, because I was thinking that might be the only way that it makes it better than a wand and a focus. But if focuses can get crit hit chance, then there's no reason to use a stave over a wand and a focus. But yeah, like what I was saying is that I won't shy away from it, but there's also, I don't want to give them the time of the day sometimes. But yeah, there's certain people that I don't enjoy and I don't know why, but it's like, it's just not entertaining to me. Like there's even someone, like a good example is someone like Rax. I really love his videos. I think it, like, he does a great job. I like how he's blunt and straightforward about a lot of things. But like his live streams are just boring to me most of the time. So I don't watch his live streams because that's just my personal opinion, but I love his YouTube videos. I'm not trying to talk shit at all, but DM tried the new season of D4 and stopped playing in like an hour or two. But that's the thing, is like, for him, he's not bound by, like, I have to play D4 to like build up my audience. Like there's no reason for him to play D4 if he's not enjoying it. And same with someone like Rax. Like Rax kind of did the same thing. Like he was part of a competition. What was that? That was so funny to watch. They were doing a competition, like a race for the game Torchlight Infinite, which I don't think I'd ever seen Rax or Darth play, but they were part of it with like other content creators. I think the concept was like pull people from other ARPGs or like similar types of games and see who wins, who like completes or like maxes out their character or whatever the quickest, or completes the full campaign. I don't know what their goal was, but like halfway through you just see Rax's screen and he's just loaded. He's got Last Epoch loaded up. It was the funniest thing, because like they had them all on like someone was casting it, so he had like all their streams pulled up in like squares around his screen. He was like, let's go check on Rax, and then they like pull up Rax's stream and he's just sitting there at the like main screen of Last Epoch, like just didn't even say anything. He was just like, yeah, I'm done. It made me laugh. It's increased crit chance for spells. Okay. I checked, there is no global crit chance, only spell crit chance. I mean, specifically crit for spells. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't thinking that they had like increased crit chance. I knew it was spell specific. It's the same way on wands. I just didn't know if it could actually roll on focuses or not, so. But yeah, that shit made me laugh so hard with Rax, because I was just like, hey, he doesn't need to, you know, he's doing fine with his viewership no matter what ARPG he's playing. Okay, are any of these decent? Because we are getting close to the tower. But I always do recommend to people that will take my advice, which is usually people who are smaller than me, because giving advice to someone that's getting more viewers, you know, doesn't really make sense. But I will always tell people it's always best to stick to one game, because until you have that dedicated audience where they will follow you no matter what, it's gonna be tough to grow if you're always switching up games. Okay, did any of these ones that I picked up, I think there was one that I remember seeing that had quantity of items. Okay, there's that one. It's map boss specific. Okay, that one isn't. Then we had a breach one we were gonna try. That one's actually probably more beneficial. It's pretty boring. With people, it's still fun, but I can't imagine playing alone. I got 69% fire penetration on my twisters now. Nice. It's hard when you get bored AF like I do. I think your people will follow you, Ricky. I'm pretty sure we watch you for you. Well, I do anyways. No, see, and that's like, I feel like this isn't like a boohoo or like trying to call people out type of thing. I know that I have, it's actually kind of insane because I do have like 15 to probably 20 people that will follow me and watch me play any game, but 15 to 20 versus, you know, where it's like last night, if I was playing any other game, like even if it was Last Epoch, last night wouldn't have happened. And I think the reason why last night went crazy was because of the fact that people just wanted answers, and a lot of the people who would normally be playing a new patch had already given up on it because there was so much server downtime. But like, it was insane. You know, we had, like I said, like over 500 people in here, and it wasn't like all from a raid. We had the one raid from Nugrun, and that was, so there are times, you know, so, but I do appreciate it. Like, I'm super grateful for that. I will for the most part. Yeah, because like when we were doing like, even when we were playing Assassin's Creed, which is like not a game, you know, it was semi-controversial because a lot of people were hating on it without playing it. And even, you know, I was hating on it originally before it came out because it seemed like it was going to be bad. But yeah, we were still doing solid. Like I said, that like 15 to 20. Holy cow. Okay, should we... This is one of the worst maps for Breach. There's just not enough ways to get around the map. And not enough open space to spawn all the Breach monsters. Okay, well, that might be it. Not too bad, to be honest. Could have been worse. I'm kidding, obviously. Yeah, no, like I said, I feel beyond blessed for, like, you know, because we've really only been back to streaming, like, seriously, for, I don't know, 7-8 months. And to feel like all these awesome people I've met and new friends I've made, it's kind of insane to think how much can change in such a short amount of time. And there's definitely more I could be doing too, so I recognize that. But it's only the start, baby.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again.
Dude, I wonder if it's if there's sound alerts that are, because like I said, my, most of my YouTube videos haven't been getting copyright because we're not playing any, or I'm trying not to play any copyright music. But one of my videos, one of my streams from 2 days ago got a copyright notice on it. So I wonder if it's a sound alert, because if it's like less than like 10 seconds, usually it doesn't trigger the algorithm to copyright it. I love how he's just like here to tell you that he can't help you. I feel like the whole wisps, like at least if there's like an initial one, should be at the beginning of the map, like Delirium. Because just depending on your pathing in your map, you just don't get a like, there was a wisp over there, clearly, but I'd already killed all the rares by the time I got there, so. Nothing worse than 10 breaches in Mire, yeah. I quit watching certain people. I always swore I wouldn't, but I can't foresee that with your stream. I'm actually going to be making my first YouTube video. What are you gonna do, Morgan? 70 spirit is a lot, but I don't think anyone is using any scepter. Like, the only reason these were semi-valuable for a bit was it was because the word hadn't really got out about these. But now with the Sacred Flame, I feel like the Omen Scepters just don't cut it. Any moss. Does YouTube allow having one audio track for live stream and then second audio track for VOD after stream is over? So if you were only streaming to YouTube, you could probably do that. And there might be a way to do that. I tried to do it originally. The problem is to send your stream to Twitch and to YouTube, you have to use a third-party program called Restream, and you're essentially using OBS to send your stream to Restream, and then Restream is sending it to YouTube and Twitch. Because you can't, there's no way on OBS that I know of where you can send your stream out to multiple different platforms at the same time. A build video, actually. I might do two, one for my witch and the other one I promise I'd help someone else with. Oh, nice. Cause yeah, if you're only streaming on Twitch or only streaming on YouTube, I think you can, like, I know you can do that, but if you have to send it to that third party, I don't think it works out. Or at least I couldn't figure it out in the amount of time I was trying to look into it. And I've been enjoying the copyright-free music, so I've been chilling with it, but I might just have to change some of the sounds if that's what's blocking the copyright. Because like certain, like the majority of them wouldn't, it's probably just any of the ones that have like easily defined music in them. But if it's just like a clip from a random movie or something, it probably wouldn't proc it. And you would think that you'd be fine because of what is that they call it? I haven't even heard it be brought up recently, but it was like a big deal for like reactor content, where as long as you're making like transformative content on top of someone else's content, it's not copyright. So that's why reaction content isn't against copyright law. And you would think it would be the same thing with music. Like, the music isn't the core part of my stream, but like, music industry is really, they've got a stranglehold on like their laws and the way that things are figured out. Because it's been, you know, they spent a lot of time avoiding anyone from being able to do shit. Fair use. Yes, XS. Fair use. Thank you, sir. That's what I was trying to think of. Okay, so Crypt is done. We have Tower now. And then we just start blasting. Music is fucked because of shitty companies, yeah. And it's like one of the craziest things that'll happen is an artist who makes the music will go on a Twitch stream and tell a streamer, you can use my music, I'm not gonna copyright it, whatever. But if anyone in their company, like, because most musicians, unless they're a completely independent artist, but if there's any like distributor like for their music, anything, they can copyright it even if he gave the person permission to use his music. Okay, give me a second. Yahuwah is life? I don't know. I tried. I apologize if I butchered it. But what do you think about the update? Have you noticed the difference? I have 100%. It feels a lot better. And right now we're just trying to get towers like juiced up so we can really test it on some maps and see how big of a difference. But like we've already found multiple divines today, which is abnormal for me. So I can tell the difference. We're getting a bunch more exalteds than we were getting before. And like just the quality of the gear that's dropping is way higher as well. We have to use this method so we don't accidentally kill the rare for our wisps. But it might get me killed because there's fucking burning ground everywhere. Okay, he's possessed. Wisps still don't feel great. TBH. Everyone that I've done so far hasn't been... And I try to like go out of my way to kill everything before and not, you know, you saw it, like I'm trying to make it work. And it's still, the drops haven't been great for the old wisps. I'm not really spec'd in on the Atlas tree. I'm not really spec'd into wisps a ton, so that could be part of it, but like, you got that right. Nice. Oh, hell yeah. It definitely feels better. I'm actually using exalts on stronghold. Yeah, the stronghold boxes feel way better. That's where I got my first divine from, was actually opening one of the boxes. So it's probably worth it to start hitting those, hit all the chests that you see in the map. Even like the white and blue chests seem to be like the changes they made on that are pretty huge, it feels like. Howdy, top of the morning to y'all. What's up? Dreamwalker, how are you doing today? Thanks for the info. Maybe that's it. Yeah, for sure, no problem. Yeah, Wisp still ain't it, in my opinion. LOL, full spec'd into it for a few maps. Didn't last long though, yeah. Did a Sekima run and got like 20 jewels total. Holy shit, Krim. Wait, what happened? The spear is feeling great. I've already dropped one raw div and one more from ritual in 2 hours. Oh yeah, and that's what I was saying. I got 2 divs today, and I before was averaging like 1 div every 2 weeks, so I didn't get shit from the trial master. Sorry, uppercase. I'm level 60 and I made a tier 1 map for the I made a tier 1 map for the very first time and the mirror did not drop, bro. Very bad game. Yeah. I think you should write a formal complaint to GGG. He never gives anything good, stingy. Yeah, all the runs I did last league, I did the trial master probably 50 to 100 times. And I got one of the shields, the Mahoxatotl whatever shield, which it wasn't even that valuable. And I never saw a unique, you know, because I think he drops the Adorn, doesn't he?
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm.
Got to try the new Chaos Trials, yeah.
Calm down. No.
I had a mirror drop IRL when I saw my reflection. Jesus Christ, Rashi. Dude, Manini Boto, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing tonight? Welcome in, y'all. Diablo 4 new season. I've heard different things. I think a lot of people, if you weren't enjoying D4 before, I don't think this new season is gonna make you all of a sudden fall in love with it. or make it feel like considerably better, but I think a lot of the changes they made were positive for the most part. So yeah, I haven't played yet. I don't know, Morgan, if you're still around, are we still playing tomorrow? That is an insane amount of text. Yes. The AI goes hard in the paint. We can read it for you, okay? Because they, you know, they're doing some things over there. Greetings, noble seeker. Behold Manini. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. A valiant collegiate baseball player hailing from the enchanted shores of Hawaii. That's sick. When not wielding bat and ball, they traverse the digital realms of Path of Exile 2, summoning mighty minions to do their bidding with a heart for the beginner and a spirit of community. Manini's stream is a haven for those seeking camaraderie and guidance. Shout out AI. We love it. How was your stream, bro? Welcome in. You never agreed to it. Yeah, I did. But I'm 100% down and I'll start over on my rogue. Okay. I tried it. I stopped at level 20 and came back to PoE 2. Hey, we're gonna try it tomorrow. It's probably gonna be a one and done type thing, but we'll see, you know. My biggest thing is they said they were gonna buff the cold spells for Sork, so I was like, dude, that's the only thing I've wanted from D4 for a while, like, cause I gave up on like them making the overall game much better. But I was like, if they make Cold Sork strong, because Frozen Orb is my, that's my bae. And then they buffed the key passive for Frost skills, and it sounded like it was going to be really good, but apparently it's not. So, meh. I haven't even opened the Blizzard launcher since Season 7 first day. Me neither, Dreamwalker, to be honest. Or like, whenever I played a couple times with you, Morg, in Season 7, but like, I made it to maybe 3/4 of the way through Season 6, and then, yeah. And then once like, I feel like it's been a shit show since they dropped the expansion, and it's just been going backwards. Man, my cat got hit in its eye and he's unable to keep them open. That's not good. Wait, what happened? Maybe he shouldn't be peeking where he wasn't supposed to. No. Cats, curious, okay? That's not their fault, that's their nature. Love the AI boosting my ego. Yes, the boss powers are dope, I have to admit. Okay. It was great. Haha, finally finished my build guide for minions and was farming King of the Mist. Oh, nice. With the boss powers, any build can be viable. Blizzard Sork is very good now. Yeah, but that's... Blizzard Sork has been like kind of the one exception, and then they nerfed, what was it, the Ice Heart Breas or the Blue Rose or something that was using Blizzard for a while, and then it kind of fell off, but it was like, yeah, Blizzard isn't really my playstyle, unfortunately. I just hope he doesn't get his eye infected. I gotta take him to the vet on Sunday. Yeah, hopefully it's okay. The shift from PoE 2 to D4 after a while is crazy. Try dodging and using skills correctly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, it's my keybinds when I go over to D4, I can't do anything. It shouldn't be that bad, but better take it. I don't like cats. Hey, well, I love cats. I love all animals, but I've had a cat for like 15, 16 years. So like, my cat has been a bigger part of my life and has been in my life through more than almost anyone except for like my close family, like my mom and my direct siblings. So, you know. He keeps leaving the house and comes back to eat, sleep, and shit in our house. Sounds like a cat. You are just the hotel owner. And the cat gets a free room. I went to Paragon 100 on a Dance of Knives rogue, but haven't had an inch of an urge to launch it. Yeah, and that's my biggest thing is even when I went back, the issue I started realizing when I go back and play D4 is that like, it's an uncontrollable thing that happens. And this happened to me when I actually tried to play Warrior on this game too. So I know when it's happening, but when I'm streaming that game, I just start yawning nonstop. And it's like mentally, I'm wide awake, I'm fine, but like my body is telling me I am bored. It's forcing me to acknowledge that I'm bored, even if I'm trying to overcome it and just like keep going. It's like, no, you're not having a good time. So. Oh, Ricky, guess what? Wait, what? What happened, Morgan? That's dope AF. Love the transparency. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Turbo, patch feels great. My cat's kid is currently rolling around on my desk. Boom. Dude, yeah, Morgan has a couple cats and they are pretty, it's also interesting because your cats have such different personalities, but they are both adorable. Or wait, do you have 3? I think I've only seen 2 of them. I only have the 1 cat. I don't know. I don't think I could handle more than what I have. I also have fish, but like I'm a big fan of animals. And so is like everyone else in my life is really happy that I've just like chilled out. Cause back when I was like from like junior high to high school, I used to breed pythons. So, you know, I toned it back quite a bit because I had like, you know, like 15 pythons at one point. And then it's expensive once your pythons get big. Like they were ball pythons, so they don't get very big, but I did have like a blood python too and a carpet python. But the ones that I was breeding were ball pythons. They don't get super big, but you still like, they get to a point where you have to feed them like medium to large rats. Rats ain't cheap. So I also started breeding rats. That didn't work out so well. Because rats can be fuckers. They're also crazy smart and weirdly human-like in a lot of ways. Because like sometimes I would like put them in a bucket before I fed them to my snakes. And I would like watch a rat dipping its hands in the water and like cleaning itself off. And I was like, wait, what? Like it was literally like dipping its hand in the water and like washing under its armpits. And I was like, what the fuck is happening here? Can't go back to mouse moving. Yeah, me neither. I got 2 fractured for you. 2 fractured what, Morg? You're just the cat's sugar daddy, yes. And on top of all that, I just got too accustomed to, yeah. And like, that's what, I played a little bit of Last Epoch's new league, like maybe an hour or 2. And on top of all that, I just got too accustomed to, yeah. And I played a little bit of, and the fact that I just can't in those games anymore. Is my game frozen? Uh-oh. We're dropping frames too. Did the stream shut down? We might be back. Perhaps. Yeah, I don't know what happened. That's the first thing I have to check though when I get an unexpected disconnection, is that something happened on the something happened with the internet. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I don't even know what happens. Like this, it's so annoying. Nerd who lifts working for me. Okay. Yeah, over on YouTube, I think that I don't know why. It seems like it doesn't instantly just like end the stream like it does on Twitch. But I just all of a sudden look over and saw 1,000 dropped frames within like 30 seconds, so. Okay, let me read these messages before this went out. I live it every day. Good thing to know. Work app finally done so I can play. Hell yeah, Turbo. Because they're stupid smart and an escape artist. Oh, Fractured Winterglass. Okay, Morgan. Thank you. 2 Great Danes and a German Shepherd and a pit. That's a lot. That's a lot, Merca. Am I getting off? No. My game, it just kicked me out because I don't know, there was a blip in my internet or something. And it disconnected the Twitch stream, but the YouTube just like lagged a little bit. And so now, you know, we start again, you know what I mean? Beef. Where's the beef? Son of a beef, dude. Showing up. Look at this guy. It's been weird lately. Yeah, I think that like the Twitch servers are potentially having issues. I don't know. But that one did feel like it was all of my stuff at once, so probably not that. Chaos Res, oh, all of them dropped corrupted because of I had the stupid fucking shrine effect. I didn't even realize that. So they're all probably garbage, but we'll keep them anyway. Especially since I don't know many people using Adorns this season, so having corrupted magic jewels is not as valuable as it was last league. All this shit is corrupted. Okay, that's not... Has chaos damage, cold res, I don't know.
Over here. Waiting.
Charms. And we'll put this ring over here. And now we can put our tablets in the tower. Make sure we have the right ones. Quantity. And quantity. Perfect. And we can do... Wait, we can do the Fractured Lake right now. Does it matter what kind of waystone you use on, like, the unique maps? Does anyone know? OBS is fucky lately, too. It's a lot coming from a guy breeding pythons. Well, yeah, that's the thing. So, I didn't really get to finish that, but there were some crazy things that happened. Because this is when I was still, you know, living at my parents' house. I was, like, in high school. They weren't happy about it. Clearly. They should have known something like that was gonna happen, because I idolized Steve Irwin my entire life growing up. So they had to have known that at some point I was gonna show up with like either an alligator or snakes. So they should have just been grateful that I didn't show up with an alligator, okay? And I wasn't breeding like, I don't know, pigs to feed an I don't know what the fuck you feed an alligator. Chickens or something, I don't know. But there was a couple times where, because rats are escape artists, they like a rat had escaped once. Like I'd put it in the cage for my snake to eat, somehow it escaped, and the way that we found out that it had escaped was that I heard my parents scream upstairs, and I went up there, and my dad said he went into his closet to get like something out of his closet, and there was just like, cause they're big rats, you know, like a giant rat was just standing there staring at him. So that was a good time. And then my cat, like, we couldn't find the rat until like 30 minutes later, I just see my cat carrying around a rat that is like a third her size, or probably less, a quarter her size. She was just carrying it around. Cause like, yeah, she had caught it. So, see, we had a solution for the problem built in with our other pet. Oh, it'll tell you if it's not high enough? Okay. Yeah, the loot definitely feels better, Nern. I keep having to start twice every time. Oh, shit. Doesn't matter, just rarity or increase gold. Okay. They totally thought you'd grow out of it. Yeah. Well, they thought that when Steve Irwin died, I was just going to give it up. I wasn't going to try to live out that legacy. Like, I would still love to do that. Like, there's another story, but we'll start this map first before I get into that. Of me trying to actually be Steve Irwin. And I got in trouble. Nothing happened. Something bad probably could have happened, but I got kicked out of a national park because of it. In a different country, too. So, it could have been a lot worse, because you never know, like, how big a deal those laws are for, in another country. Like, touching wild animals. Rat jam. You're secretly still wrangling snakes. Well, okay, this is beside the story I'm gonna tell you, but I used to make extra money because my hometown, there's rattlesnakes that like show up. They're not like super common, but they exist, and especially on golf courses, they will show up a lot. But like, there's not people that are trained to catch them in our area. Like, animal control just goes out there and like shoots them with a shotgun. And since I didn't want them to kill the rattlesnakes, I would get hired by the golf course to go like relocate the rattlesnakes. So I got like 50 bucks every rattlesnake. I had like the gear to like be safe, but people thought that was a stupid thing I did as well. But yeah, when I was in Costa Rica, we went to a national park, and we heard a bunch of people like kind of gasping, and they were it's because like I think it was an alligator. I don't know what they have, or maybe it had to have been a crocodile. I don't know. Either way, one of those, an alligator or a crocodile, was up on was like kind of near the entrance of the park, because there was like a little pool of water there, but usually they don't come up that close. But it probably, like, people had probably been feeding it and stuff, so like it just got used to it. And so I went and grabbed it, like grabbed its tail, because, you know, I in my head thought I knew what I was doing, which like I said, I didn't get hurt, so like nothing ended up happening. But I went up and grabbed its tail and was like trying to like pull it away from the people. And then one of the like people that worked at the national park came and started freaking out, and they were like, "What are you doing? Why are you touching that?" And then they kicked us out. This was in Spanish because it was in Costa Rica, but I understood the point that they were making, that I needed to leave. So yeah, that was probably the dumbest but coolest thing. Because honestly, like, they're not that scary if you know what you're doing, but also I didn't really know what I was doing, and I was like, I don't know, 17 years old or 16 years old. I just thought I knew what I was doing. Now, if it would have done a quick flip around or been pissed off, I might have lost an arm or more. You should go hunt vipers in Florida. Yeah, here's the thing though. Rattlesnakes are actually like super timid. Now, I don't know if I'd be as comfortable with like, cause like cottonmouths, they're way more like aggressive. The whole point of the way a rattlesnake evolved was the fact that they evolved the rattle because they want to avoid confrontation. They just rattle away to keep things away from them. So it's like they're way less likely to just like be aggressive and go and attack you. Now, if you're like grabbing them, obviously they get a little more worked up, but even most of the ones that I like would run into were just trying to get away. They didn't like turn and like get in like attack stance. They would just like try to slither away. I don't know if Cottonmouth would do the same thing. Speaking of Cottonmouth, how you doing, Uppercase? Am I using a Tangled Tongue or just a Sea Glass Spear? I'm using Tangled Tongue. It's not like an amazing one, but it's better than the one I was using because someone helped me out and gave me one. I haven't looked at the prices recently. I'm like, if I'm not having issues progressing, then I don't really see a need to like look for improvements for certain things. And my biggest issue for a while was just survivability on this build. So that's kind of what I was focusing on the last like week. Poor Uppercase, always getting shit from people. It's not shit. Well, it is with certain, like when we have all the mods in here, that's when it really gets aggressive. I'm so hungry. I actually am hungry too.
I will not.
I think that's the first one of those I found this league too. Which it's like a low level unique, but some of the low level uniques feel like they're more rare than like some of the mid tier uniques just because you don't spend a lot of time farming areas where they're like the predominant unique that's gonna drop.
Break the image. Break the prison.
It makes me feel alright. Every time you say you love me,
Actually,
something about
pretty solid for a Chaos Witch. Has one prefix, one extra prefix. I feel like, I don't know for a caster what would be the best one.
This lake never quite gives you what you want.
Boom.
Does it?
Atlas points. Third Orb of Annulment. Hell yeah, dude. The greatest defense is a good offense, exactly. That's actually a good point. This build is too fun. Can't see fucking anything though. That's 6 in. Running to grab coffee before the map grind begins. Hopefully catch you back. Oh yeah, I'm sure you will, dude. Damn, I got educated on how to move a bit faster through campaign with Rake. That's cool though when you can use like a different build or different mechanics to like learn new strategies on how to play the game. I like that. That's a real bad roll.
Until next time.
We're not even gonna waste the resources on it. I still have this other one that I kind of forgot about. Because the prefix one is good for anyone doing, like for this build, because those are all the damage modifiers. can roll as prefixes. So having an extra prefix is solid. But for a caster, like if you're doing a chaos witch, having the chaos damage is good as a prefix. But as far as suffixes go, you can get like cast speed, mana regen, like resistances, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Wow. Look who it is. Speak of the devil. Come here. Come here. Want to say hi? Oh. This is old Grandma Kitty. Where are you looking? What are you looking at? You must have been outside. You're cold. Oh. Oh. Maybe with strong tree for leveling, you could beat it in 4 hours. That would be insane. I've never seen a cat more disinterested in being somewhere. Yeah, she doesn't understand what's going on when I'm up here. For a long time, she didn't even want to hang out in this room when I was streaming because she was like, why are you talking? What are you doing? But you're not showing me any attention. But now lately she's been, she'll just like barge her way in here and then hop up on the chair and go to sleep. Okay, what do I want to do? Okay, so people are saying wisps still suck. So that's not great for us. Even though this node does seem pretty interesting, 25 chance for modifiers on essence monsters in your maps to be replaced with essences. When a monster in your maps is possessed by a sacred spirit, it's also possessed by another random spirit. Damn, this researcher strongbox is mega now. That's sick. I feel like, yeah, the strong boxes are probably, it's probably actually worth going back into those. Because if I take 1-2 points out of that, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, but we need 5 to make it be worth it. I could potentially take one of those points out of there, or yeah, we could do that. Let me
What is it?
yeah, we don't need that waystone one. Okay, let's try it. I'm thinking of going into Strongbox, not gonna lie. Turns out I need to charge my phone a bit before I leave. But then you gotta clear whole maps to find them. That is also kind of true. But it's the same way with the wisps. Like the wisps, you have to, like, they don't spawn anywhere that's obvious. So you're kind of just clearing the whole map if you want to find them anyway. Like a lot of the in-game events, unfortunately, you're gonna have to go through a lot to find them. But if you're just cruising through and you find a strong box and it's worth your time, that's better than if you're cruising through and you find a wisp and it's not worth your time. You get what I mean? Okay, we get a lot of quant. Ideally, we want some that are swamp to really get a good test. Hidden Grotto is swamp. Burial Bog. These are all swamp ones. And I think they're all in. That's actually super lucky that 3 swamp ones right here. It's grass. Grass. Okay, we'll try this one out first. Before I start this though, I'm gonna run to the restroom. I have another Waystone one near the top that you don't need. Let's see.
Speak.
I didn't look too crazy because I was really just trying to get to the 5, but I don't want to take that one off. Yeah, the precursor tablet ones are solid. Like, quantity of Waystones isn't really... I guess... Wait, that one. Yeah, right? That still connects. There we go. Ah, thank you, sir. Okay, let me run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Maybe if we took a moment long enough to realize how alike we are, that not everything is broken, 'cause you know me better than anyone by far. But no one makes me feel less alive. If I didn't fire, the way you push my buttons just right. If I didn't fire, when 2 voices of nature collide. If I didn't fire, can't help but feel the temperature rise. If I didn't fire, we fire.
Y'all will never believe what I just found. A divine. Just kidding, an orb of annulment. Pizza? You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Dude, I'm so happy about this loot buff that I went and bought 200 points to get the Exile ring and a couple of cosmetics. Take my money. Hey, that's the easiest way to get people... Like, let's be honest. And I felt like we could have used this last league. Because my loot drops were garbage last league, but we have it now, and I agree. I'm chilling with it. Also, do they have a sale going on? The other thing I noticed is, don't remember when, like, for half the league last league, they had those pop-ups every time there was something going on in the shop? I feel like they disappeared for some reason. Oh, so it wasn't stash tabs this weekend. I thought it wasn't stash tabs last weekend either. Or the weekend before that. When was the last time we had stash tabs? I don't know. Feels like it's been a minute. Yo, I did the exact same thing. Got some stash tabs and map stash. There we go. Yeah.
This is your eternity.
I need to get some more for our guild stash. And honestly, I kind of want to get some more quads for my personal stash too. Dude. What the fuck is happening? Wouldn't that be so sick if those were still Hawas? Like there was just some bug where I actually got Hawas to drop from this. Okay, owl guy. This is actually an annoying situation right now. You get stuck in. Jesus Christ. Oh, they'll spam it this weekend for sure. And I've got way too many tabs already, so I'll just hoard some points. There we go. I just made the mistake early on of just buying the regular tabs, being like, why would I need the quad ones? Like, I'll be fine. And then once you get the quad ones, you're like, why did I ever buy regular ones? I'm an idiot. I don't know what's happening. I see enemies' names popping up at the top of my screen, but I can't see the enemies to attack them. Well, at least we got a paranoia. That's better than ire and greed. This is a Spanish version of that song? Is that what? This is Spanish, right? Where are you? This is a banger, what the F? Mas y mas. Quads are amazeballs, right? Only bad part is it just starts tracking your drops after you buy the ring, so I guess I'm a farm some. Dude, good luck to you too, Dreamwalker. Shout out. Hell yeah, bro. Bought regular ones because I could get more of them, which helps keep me organized. Couldn't afford that many quads. Yeah, the problem is the regular ones I just throw shit into, whereas the quad ones for some reason I'm like more inspired to keep them organized. It doesn't make any sense, but that's just the way that my brain works for some reason. Uppercase, have you never heard the English version of this song? Because I feel like I have it on one of my actual playlists. I can't tell. Apparently I'm making those corpse explosions. I was like, I don't want to die. Oh, the last one? Okay, I'll have to... That one was called Itty Bitty. I'm so confused. Lightning damage to attacks. Life leech is converted to energy shield leech. Those are actually, I feel like I remember seeing someone use these. Maybe it was on that build you sent me. Uppercase, the Frostbolt build. Brent, how are you doing? It's going good, dude. Patch feels great, in my opinion. Well, I think in most people's opinion. I haven't had anyone come in and be like, this is bullshit. Yet. Not bad. Nice. Yes. Okay, put that up here. Rarity. Yes, it may. No, it was cell tabs. Oh, I forgot I was putting stuff in there. I completely forgot about that. Now I know. Let me fix it. I hate this patch. Not a single divine while leveling my character. I got one div on the other character. Bullshit. No divs after 10 maps, right? Well, and that's the thing is you know, it has been several maps since I got a div, so you guys might be making a good point. Fucking hate ice spikes. Okay, all that other stuff I think is garbage. The thing is when they're already identified, you can't tell. 30% movement speed boots aren't bad. Good start. And all of these are quality too, it looks like. But you can't tell if they're tiered. Beep boop. Zao, what's up? How are you? What am I playing? Lightning Spear. Just a Lightning Spear Huntress. This was my first character I made at League launch. And even though the Deadeye has been proven to be better, this is what I wanted all along. Was just to have a version, to have a build that was similar to the Diablo 2 Javazon. And I feel like this is by far the closest I've been in any ARPG since. Now, next league, it's gonna be complete garbage. I recognize that, but at least we can enjoy it while we have it. It will be interesting to see what they do with the next league, like if they go as heavy-handed with things as they went this last league. Only thing that can fix this patch is adding pig specters. I ain't seen one all day. I believe got the whole day and night now when work is over, so there we go, yeah. Don't worry, I've had 3 annulment orbs, which is pretty much the same thing. Friday evening, winding down after the week, can't complain. Hey, love to hear that. You play what you enjoy, fuck meta. Well, a lot of people would say this is the meta, but my only point is I didn't start this build thinking that it was gonna be one of the best in the game. I started it because that's what I wanted, was the D2 Javazon. Just turns out that Lightning Spear ended up being kind of broken. And I'm here for it. Because I can't predict the future. And I'm having a good time, so. I hate when I just get like stuck and can't figure out why. Dude, this breach is going insane. Oh no, and then it teleports me.
This'll do nicely.
Yeah, the breach buff feels decent as well, for anyone who is wondering. It doesn't feel like a complete waste of time like it did before. Same for me at least. I hate meta builds. Yeah, I have an Amazon leveled, but playing minions right now. Oh, nice. Wait, what ascendancy are you doing for your minions, Brent? At least I'm not the only one who doesn't like the mount. Felt like I got, oh yeah, same nerd. And it was driving me insane. Like, cause that was the only time I was ever dying. And I hate dying feeling like it's not, there's nothing I can do about it. Like if I die because I'm just playing lazily or I'm being an idiot and going into like a group of monsters I shouldn't have gone into and then I die, then I'm like, okay, I can handle that. But when it's just like all of a sudden you're just stunned for 3 seconds and you can't heal fast enough or like move or do anything, not a fan of that. I had to up my filter strictness. Ooh. So it's getting spicy over there. That's what you're saying. Lich? So I haven't looked into the Lich Ascendancy well enough because it seems like everybody has decided that Lich is the way to go for minions, whereas last league it was like Infernalist. So I need to look into it more and figure out what about Lich makes it better. Because I feel like, I guess Infernalist didn't really have a lot of minion specific stuff anyway. But increases and reductions to mana regeneration rate also apply to energy shield recharge rate. 44% of max mana as armor. This thing's actually kind of interesting. I don't know who put that in the guild stash, but it seems interesting. My 0.1 build took 200 deaths to get to maps. Played Spark, but badly. Dude, I played Spark too, and I tried not to, because I fell into the meta trap with that one, because I'm inherently, my favorite builds and classes are usually casters, so I was gonna play Sork either way, and then I started playing Sork. I really wanted to make a Frost Sork, And then I saw Rax on his stream one day doing, like, trying to figure out how to get the cast on freeze to work with the comments. And I was like, dude, this could work. So, like, after seeing that, I started messing around with cast on freeze and comment. And we all know, anyone who played 0.1 knows how insane that build was once it got up and going. And then, that got nerfed into the ground, and I tried to make a bunch of other Sork builds work, and I just couldn't do it, so I fell into the spark trap for sure. Not so bad. Fire res kind of fucked it, but they're still decent. Okay, we're gonna probably have to juice some waystones. We completed that, right? Yeah. I think Infernalist is still better for minions. You get 30% of damage as chaos. Okay. You get 50% of damage as extra chaos when you keep high flame. And you can get a lot of spirit from Ascendancy. Yeah, that is true. They nerfed the Hound. Oh, that is actually a big thing. Yeah. I know it's a big ask, but do you have any extra lightning catalyst? Crim, I'm sure I do. Let me see. Cast on frozen servers, exactly, right? I've tried the Chocochobo for a couple of maps and gave up on it. I prefer to be able to dodge roll consistently. Yeah, I'm the same way, Dreamwalker. My point 2 character made it to Act 1 town. Boom, there we go, Zao. Right now, or you mean that's how far you've made it so far? I play Spark now and it's amazing. Yeah, the Blood Mage Spark is actually, I've seen, like, Barricade has been running it. He's super solid, and it looks like they found a way to make up for the insane nerfs that they did. Now, if I see a Stormweaver Spark that's like cruising through content, then I'll be impressed, because they did everything in their power to make Stormweaver just irrelevant. Dude, I like to see I'm not the only one that organizes the quad tabs like that. I get anxiety. Dude, here's the thing. There's certain things that I have super duper organized. Like my rings, S tier, runes. I had them organized, but now I've run out of space. So, like, I just need to start whole new lines for the greater runes. And probably just, like, reforge all of these. But I had those super organized. Did I have weapons? I did have the weapons really organized at one point. But then, like, I get to the point, I'm a hoarder, so, like, it just becomes a problem for me. I keep way too much shit. Like, half of this shit should just go in a garbage can. Like, this. Why am I keeping just a white spear? Because when I was leveling, I was like, that's actually worth keeping. White prong spears can turn into tangle tongues. Or is it fork spears? It is fork spear. Never mind. Prong spear, dead. But yeah, there's a lot of shit in here that can be thrown out now. But I just haven't gone through it. But then if you look at my armor, look at this mess. Like, it's a complete shit show. Casters is pretty organized. Amulets was organized. You can see there was a pattern, but that fell apart. Then I just started throwing kind of everything. This is why I need more quad tabs, because I can stay organized with quad tabs, and it's a clear example when you look at this shit. Well, Red Veil, but yeah, so far. Okay. Or maybe he was losing to Miller like Elon. Miller. Oh, you mean the original, the first unique boss you run into? My goal for EA was pretty much to see the campaign properly and reach maps to see how the Atlas actually worked. Zao, did you play PoE 1? Yeah, the first unique boss. Okay. Okay, so that has. Let's see if we have another good Quant Waystone in our inventory. That's a good one. Yeah, that one's super solid actually. So we'll save that for this one because this is gonna be. This has got like almost all the events. This one actually does have all the events. But that one's not Swamp, so. So these are really like our high-end testing. We're getting triple tower coverage. We didn't use the best tablet, so it's not a perfect example of it. But this is how we test. Really what the drops are like. Like, this is gonna be my best odds of getting like, you know, 2 divines or something from a map. But I'm not counting on it. And I've already kind of made up my mind that the patch has been a W either way, so. Two rare monsters, we'll take that. This casts lightning storms? Is that what it is? Okay, we need to keep moving with, I forgot that we were doing fucking... Why can't I remember this name right now? This thing. Delirium. Nerd. I've got well above 10k hours on PoE 1. Yeah. Just the way that you were talking about it, it sounded like someone, because you're like, I just wanted to get a full experience with the campaign and test out how the end game worked. That, to me, it sounded like a PoE 1 player. You probably got 1,000 divs in the bank and don't even know it. Hey, we can only hope. I asked support a while ago for a total and it was counted in years. Holy shit, that's impressive. I see plenty now at PoE 2 Ninja level 97 plus Stormweaver Spark builds. Hey, I'm gonna have to look up a build guide for it then. What I'd really love is better Sorc skills, to be honest. Like, I feel like a lot of them are just kind of underwhelming. Like, how many people do you know that are making builds that incorporate solar orbs? Or, Frost Nova, or like, you could even say Frost Bomb, because Frost Bomb is only really good early on. Oh, I forgot. I didn't even know we were still in a party. Yeah, the Breach and Delirium combo probably wasn't a smart idea. In terms of, like, doing them at the same time. Hey, we got a Despair. That's something. There's lots of hideouts idling in there for sure. I saw someone who freezes time on Chronomancer and one-shots bosses with frost bombs. Really? That's kind of sick. Did you see how they like, what do they use for clearing? And with Headhunter, like, and I've said this 1,000 times, but I still don't get it. The whole, I can never tell what I can die from and what I'm casting when you get the rare monsters, like, abilities. How's that guy bear touched? I didn't even see a wisp. Ah, here it is. It was waiting for me. I'm new at PoE 2 and never tried PoE 1. I played a little bit of PoE 1. Like, I maybe played like 30 to 50 hours max. I don't remember exactly how much. And I didn't hate it. It was just not for me at the time. And then I came back to PoE 1 before PoE 2 launched because I was kind of more open-minded to the differences between like Path of Exile and the ARPGs. Like, I was playing D4 was my main game for a while. And then I actually was enjoying PoE 1, but then going from PoE 2 back to PoE 1, I can't do it because like not having evade, like not being able to dodge roll and not having like WASD and stuff like that was a tough hurdle to overcome. You just choose the skill you want on left side, then you use those. Got some of my ideas from Ninja, nice. No, it was just a YouTube short with them bombing some boss. Oh, hell yeah. I was keen on picking up the D4 expansion to see where the story goes. But not, yeah, no, trust me. Yeah. They have done everything in their power to destroy that game. Even the parts of the game that, like, aren't, in my opinion, like, I'm not a huge, like, story-driven, like, that's not what I like about games, typically, unless it's, like, a single-player game. But even then, I was like, dude, they didn't really progress the story much in the expansion, and, like, a lot of people are just annoyed, because how do we have... What is it? We're at like, what, 2 years of D4, and yet we still don't have Diablo in it? It's kind of a meme, but it's also, you know, it's got some truth behind it. Headhunters, yeah, it keeps throwing me off, because I didn't play, like, I didn't play any classes really last league that were like attack based classes. Like, I used casters for the most part, and I had a minion witch, and then I had I did end up making, like, towards the end of the league, I made a Stormwave mercenary, but like with the way that stat stacking worked and everything, I didn't really have to worry about a lot of things like generating charges and any of that kind of shit, so get out of here. How did you make it all the way over here, bitch? Pretty solid. Funny enough, you can't even move and use channeling skills with mouse movement. Yeah. I should probably find an abridged recap on YouTube. That would probably actually be way more, you would get more out of it than playing the game, unfortunately.
Right about me. Have enough in my pack already. A home away from home.
I assume it works well with WASD. You're talking about in PoE1, right, Darashi? Or are you talking about in this game? Dirty lightning res. Spell damage, fire damage. Wait, did they change the way this looks? I think they did. Because I think before it just looked like a topaz ring, but it was just unique. That's kind of cool. 100% of lightning damage converted to cold damage. I remember that from last league. Kind of depression. It's like, because it was a tier 4, I think, topaz ring. But the other rolls didn't end up hitting the way I wanted them to. Oh, I don't know why I kept those. Yeah, so the fact that, you know, that is something that we didn't get a single div from either of those two, like, super juiced. Or not like, they're not like max juiced, but like I said, small sample size. Oh, I forgot that it does that now. Goes into fragments. Okay, now we're gonna start working our way towards that so we can hopefully get our last Atlas points. Or wait, what are we at? Oh, okay, so we must have already done an 82 boss map then. I think our last one has to just come from, or no, wait, that's the, this is the Arbiter one. This is where I'm trying to get points from bosses, from map bosses, right? Then this, we need the Essence unique map. And then you click left mouse to move. Yeah, no. So that's like why using WASD for like channeling spells is probably the move. But if you don't like WASD, then it's gonna make it tough. With a lot of like, I think WASD is best for casters and like ranged characters, because then you can continue moving in a direction while you're casting. You don't have to click over here, cast in this direction, click over here, cast in this direction. They do a better job in this game because your character will still be facing where the enemies are even as you're moving with point to click. But I have felt with WASD it's way better. 3 logbooks, 1 map. Holy shit, congrats, Brent. That's awesome. I see it breaks the channel briefly to start moving, then continues to channel. Just got a div from a strong box. Love to see that. Yeah, and it sucks because it's important for Incinerate to keep stacks up. I love WASD with Lightning Spirit. Dude, I'm the same way. And with, like, it's just one of those things, you know? It's like if you get used to using mouse and keyboard to play any game, and then you try to go back to controller, it feels weird. It feels weird when I use point and click now. Like, any mouse movement in a game like this doesn't feel right anymore. What damage do you use? Me, just I'm using lightning and physical damage and fire. Just sucks that mouse movement was left in the dust. You're the very first person I've heard bring this up as like a thing. So it is interesting because I don't know a lot of people who have found a way where it's a negative in the term, in the sense of like skills. Like, I've never heard of this issue before with channeling spells. So it's clearly a problem. Hopefully it's something they can fix though. No, Essence Unique Map does not give Atlas points. They said it's supposed to in the patch notes. They said that there was a error before, so it's supposed to now. But I've done all the other unique maps now, so I think my last 2 points would be from that map, if I'm not mistaken. But there's only one way to know for sure, you know. My computers are a mix of mouse and keyboard and WASD. Eternally confused. Yeah, seeing like here's the. Because like the example I used is not the greatest example, like getting used to playing games on mouse and keyboard, going back to controller. Because like all FPS games I play on controller, but like anything else almost I play mouse and keyboard. But then like Dark Souls 3 I played on controller, and Elden Ring, so they're, you know. But for like games like this, and even like another one that I guess doesn't fall into that category is Hunt Showdown. I prefer mouse and keyboard on Hunt, so I don't know. I'm just a psychopath, I guess. Okay, so this is the one we were trying to make it to, right? Where's our quickest pathing for that? Unfortunately, I think we have to. It's 2 maps. If we come from this side, okay. Yes, aim assist abuser 100%. Darashi. Especially because the main FPS game I play is Call of Duty, so aim assist is so broken in the game. You want to know like the percentage of professional Call of Duty players that use mouse and keyboard is 0. So that should tell you something. There was one guy for a while, but I don't think he competes anymore. There should be a few extra unique maps that you don't need to complete for full points. I used to play FIFA 98 with the number pad and a friend with the mouse. That's insane, excess. FIFA 98, dude. That was before I can't even remember. What was the first FIFA I played? Probably 05, 06 or something. I didn't even know that FIFA existed that long, to be honest. Thanks again, went up to 2K DPS because of those catalysts. Yeah, no problem, Krim. I'm a Counter-Strike player. Well, can you even play on controller with Counter-Strike? I tried, and the ring map did bring my last Atlas. Okay. But as you say, they may have changed it. Yeah, so if I find another unique map to do, I know for sure that doing Wildwood doesn't give me any more because I've completed several of those and that didn't give me extra points. But the next unique map I run into, I'll test it out and see. I remember an ancient post for one of the original Halos. They play tested crossplay with mouse and keyboard and controller. Oh, I can only imagine, dude. That's hilarious though. Cause like, I guess that was kind of before, like Halo was one of those games, you know, with like Call of Duty Modern Warfare. And then you had Halo, what was it? Halo 3, where like online became a major part of it. Whereas like, you didn't really have those like conversations about aim assist until people started playing console games online with PC players. I think you can, but it doesn't get any aim assist. Oh, I didn't even think a controller was supported. But it, like, the other thing is a game like that where it's like very precise movements. That's why with Hunt Showdown I prefer keyboard and mouse, because I can be more precise with my movements. And I don't even know if Hunt Showdown has aim assist, but in a game like Warzone, it's just you're running around and jumping and spraying and praying. Like half the people playing the game are just like, you know, not legitimate crackheads, but like, you know what I mean when I say crackheads. Like they're just like slide canceling and bunny hopping everywhere. And so it's like precise movements aren't as important when people are just flying around at you and you can just fly around and then you die in like, you know, 600 milliseconds or 400 milliseconds or whatever. Because the TTK on that game is kind of absurd as well. I'm a Battlefield player. Dude, I really hope the new Battlefield, like all the leaks that have been coming out, make it seem like it looks like they're doing the right things. I didn't even play Battlefield 2042, but there was a point with Battlefield 4 where I was playing Battlefield, like I was enjoying it way more than Call of Duty. And I played Call of Duty my whole life, so like part of loving Call of Duty is just like that nostalgia and just like familiarity. And then with Battlefield, like Battlefield 4 was such a great game that I was just like, I didn't like when those games kind of started going back to like the, because I played a little bit of Battlefield 1 and I didn't love it. But like when they went back to like old fashioned, like, you know, back in like World War I and II and stuff. Catch up. I don't even know what was happening right there. Just throwing spears and praying. Oh yeah, we just use alchemy. Okay.
Come on, man. What are you hiding?
There we go. Made our orb of alchemy back. That was the other thing about strong boxes, is when you would like put exalteds or an orb of alchemy or regals into it and you wouldn't even make that back in return, and you're like, This doesn't feel right. Damn it. I miss some good Battlefield game, Bad Company and BF3. Yeah, I loved BF3, but I think BF4 was the first one that I really got super into. I think one of the main advantages of thumbsticks was analog movement and precise rotation rates. Keyboards are very binary. Yeah, well, like that's the thing is like moving diagonally on like you can even see it with like WASD. You're only going in a very specific pattern, and it's like if I want to make it to here, I have to move up and then to the side. Damn it. And it doesn't really matter. Wisps don't do anything. But you have to like move up into the side versus just being able to go exactly where you're trying to go. So I do agree with that 100%. Yeah, I wish I would have got into Bad Company. That was before I got into the Battlefield games. Can't wait for the new Battlefield. The leaks have the aesthetics looking, yeah, aesthetically it looks good. Gameplay looks good. Like going back to having like specific classes, you know, that you're doing certain things. And cause like that was the thing about Battlefield that was fun, was playing as a group. Like you're like, you know, you have a medic that drops the packs so you can get more health, and you have people, but like allowing everyone to revive people I think is a good thing to have. But like having those specific classes that do things, and so if your vehicle is damaged, you have to go find an engineer to repair it, or you have to, you know, do that kind of stuff was always, I don't know, just the whole gameplay style was better when they had it like that, in my opinion. Such a good game to play with a small group of mates. Any FPS that back in the day sucked. Gunplay never feels good. See, and that's the thing that's funny, because I said like, because Battlefield and Call of Duty did it at the same time. I think I think Battlefield did it first with Battlefield 1, and then Call of Duty came out with, was it Vanguard? Was that the one where they went like back to like, I think it was Vanguard. But the thing is that it's just not the same, especially with Call of Duty, because everything is so fast paced. It's like an arcade shooter, whereas Battlefield, it did work out better. I'll admit that for sure. But like the game Hunt Showdown, which maybe one of these days we'll play on stream for anyone who's interested, because that's like my favorite FPS game currently, and extraction game. But you're using all, like, it's 1886 or something, so it's all there aren't guns that are like automatic, but that's what makes it fun, is having those like super precise. It's all about like being careful about how much sound you're making, identifying enemies' positions, and you usually only get 1 or 2 shots to try to kill an enemy before they move and they're behind cover. So it's like a lot more strategic, and it kind of reminds me a lot, like, because even in like Counter-Strike, when I've watched people play it, you don't see people running around and going on full auto and just spraying. They're just shooting 1 bullet at a time usually. So it's kind of similar to that vibe, but I do like that a lot. So it's ironic. I think it's just what the type of game you're making. Like with Battlefield and Call of Duty, they're more of like I said, that fast-paced. Call of Duty is way more of like the arcade style, where it's just run as fast as you can and try to shoot as fast as you can, whereas Battlefield is a little bit more strategic and like about placement and stuff. But yeah. Oh, I found a new unique map, the Megalith one. Dude, the Megalith one is awesome, Dreamwalker. It's the one. So you go around the map and you activate all the megaliths, and then it spawns like 9 or 11 or something of the main like unique bosses from throughout the campaign and stuff. And so you just kill them over and over again, and then you get like these you have a chance of getting these new runes that do different things. But like the drops now should be insane on those maps because they buff the boss drops. And we back. Any more divs? Nope, not yet, Sin. BF6 looks like they're going back to the roots. 100%. Battlefield 1 and 4 were my fave. Yeah. Still keep the community. Oh yeah, we're doing. I did forget about that. We're gonna do a community Apex Legends Day because I used to be super into Apex and I haven't played it in over a year. But we have a lot of people apparently in chat who play or like played. So we're gonna do a community Apex Day. So we'll get that planned out probably maybe this weekend. Tomorrow we're doing D4. So we'll see how long that lasts on D4. Because I don't think Morgan's in here right now. Don't tell her. But I'm not super looking forward to it. So we might just do like a half stream of D4 and then hop back onto Path of Exile after. But then on Saturday or we should probably have more time. Maybe we plan it for like Sunday or just next week. I guess Sunday is next week, but for me it counts as the weekend. Makes me think of Day of Defeat. Check the ring I linked you. Okay, Darashi. I used to play Apex here and there. Dude, Apex was great. They just got way too obsessed with money and doing the same thing that every FPS game, the same trap that every FPS game falls into, which is catering to like the top 5% of the player base versus keeping the game competitive and like, or like keeping the game non-competitive, like allowing people who don't spend all day playing an FPS game to get on and have a good time and feel like they're not just getting shit on the whole time. So Battlefield 2 was my favorite, and I did like 2142. I've heard a lot of good things about 2142 as well. Bigfoot, usually in Diamond. Nice. I've seen videos of that one. It doesn't give points because I'm 40 out of 40, but that should be exciting. Yeah, it should be a good time, Dreamwalker. Okay, let me see this ring you linked me, Darashi. Don't. If I was you, I would just try to instantly fracture that. Fracture the. I'm bleeding or something. Try to fracture the accuracy because the other rolls aren't great, but that's so much accuracy. That's insane. I'll give D4 0 to 3 hours max. Yeah, same. I'm sure you're telling, hey, Dark. Apex was awesome early days, yeah. Fuck, I died without the Omen. Dude, do I have one? Okay. I'm not like too far, but like it's just so, the penalty is so insane that it's not worth, like, it's not worth it. Just make sure you have an Omen on. If you're over level 86, especially. I don't have Fracturing Orb right now. Darashi. What's your in-game name? I'll give you one. Because the truth is if you don't hit accuracy on it, then you could still mess around with it, but... Okay, perfect. But if you do hit it with fracturing, that could be insane. I should have just added you through this. Like, you literally just sent me a message. That's hilarious. Recombination feed. Yeah, there you go. I'm 96. Yeah, Turbo. It's not great. That's not great. I'm sorry, brother. Ooh. Interesting. I'm assuming you didn't hit it. It hit Fracture on 3 mana per kill. Oh my god. Tough. At least you tried. And yeah, like you said, try to recombine it to something. Div in audience and my first ritual of the day. Love that, Sin. Holy shit. Reaver's Katas are 9 exalted each. Is that cheap or I don't know what they were at before. I did a lot of BF 2142 knife only servers. That sounds sick. That is one thing I miss. Like, do you guys remember Gun Game back in the day with Call of Duty? They tried to bring it back with, I think, Modern Warfare 2019. But like, I had so much fun playing that game with my homies. Just hop on into Gun Game and you're just like, you start off with like either a knife or a throwing knife or something, then you get a pistol, then it just keeps leveling up. That was great. Great times. Disappointment.
Until next time.
To whittle the strength or not? I would say why not? You know what I mean? Like, what do you lose from that? How much are the whittling omens right now?
Hello there.
Oh. Has that gone up? I swear they were at like 2.5. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. That's the reason why. Okay, I see. Worst patch, I'm flying to visit GGG headquarters. Nope, was at like 26 and down to 15%. Just another 2 hours of grinding, exactly. I mean, all katas last season were dirt cheap. Yeah, I guess that is true, just because breaches were way better. Last leg of the flight sucks. Gun Game was fun. I was more of a S&D guy. See, and that's the thing, is like, I think if I would have got more into S&D growing up, because it just, the entire style of it, because that is like the slower paced version of Call of Duty, is the S&D, which for some reason, just, because, did you guys ever use the term SMD? And every time I see S&D, all I think of is S-my-D. Because we used to just say SMD, like in school, so we wouldn't get in trouble. But, yeah, I didn't play that at all, but like, that was, the people who did play that were the ones that got like really good at Call of Duty and understanding like positioning and stuff, so I wish I would have played that more growing up. We played 16 vs 16 League in Australia for BF2 and 2142. Lots of fun. That's awesome. Not sure the flats are high enough tier to justify it. Couldn't play S&D because CS existed. Yeah, and I didn't even... Dude, I didn't even know about Counter-Strike until 2021. I had no idea it even existed. Finally got my first div. Golf claps. Uppercase got his first div. Hell yeah, bro. Why play S&D when tag shooters exist? Yeah, that makes sense, like I said. But I wasn't a PC gamer like Counter-Strike was only PC, right? So like until 2020, I wasn't a PC gamer. Like when I was a kid and I played Diablo 2, and like StarCraft were the only games that I really played on PC. And then it was just like so much easier and more convenient to get a console and cheaper. Or yeah, it was still cheaper back then. What's up, Gar? Not found a div yet, but traded for 5. Does that count towards new patch? Hey, if you want to count it, count it. Who here has some stupid expensive market item in CSGO on stream? Who here has a crazy... Yeah, because don't they have knives that sell for like thousands of dollars and shit? When I was 15 playing CS, I played with nothing. Who went on to play for Cloud9. Yeah, one of my good friends that I made when I was living in St. George in Utah, he was a pro CSGO player. And that's like how I found out what Counter-Strike even was. He didn't stay a pro because he had some issues. And he apparently, you know, was dabbling in meth. So, when they were going to a big LAN tournament, they drug tested him, and then his entire team got disqualified, like in front of thousands of people. They're up on stage before they tell them, before they walked up there, and yeah, so that was interesting. The loot feels good, Gar. It feels like a difference. You can definitely tell the difference. So that's the main thing that I really wanted. So ANZ feels like it's such a wasteland when it comes to online play. Wait, what is ANZ? Most expensive skin I owned was AWP Boom for like $20. I know someone who knows someone who has gloves that cost 10K. I know someone that knows someone. He traded his CSGO gloves for a car in real life. That's hilarious. I didn't even read that message yet, Darashi. That is hilarious. Cause he literally just said, I know someone who traded his gloves to Anomaly in exchange for a fucking car. That's crazy. Often think that before I video game, wish I had some meth to improve this experience. Yeah, right? Well, cause like, I didn't realize how insane, cause like, he was telling me about like all the training they had to do, and like, he was like, dude, I should have just got an Adderall prescription or something, but he found meth. So that worked. Because he's like, everybody that I knew was like abusing Adderall, but doesn't really hit the spot the same way. Australia and New Zealand. Okay. Yeah, I know for Warzone, the Oceanic servers that Australia and New Zealand were on were like the worst. Like even for people in Australia, they would get like really bad ping and shit. But unless you're talking about this game, I don't know. I've heard that, because there's quite a few people we get in stream from Australia, and a lot of people have told me that they can like take advantage of people on the trade market really easy for some reason. I don't think that the trade market is like based on region at all, but I've heard that from a couple of people, so I don't know how that makes sense. That's all I wanted. Just gonna finish up my Barb and Diablo, then back to PoE. Hell yeah, Gar. I have a shitty shotgun and a loot crate that are nearly $200 each. Hey, it's something. COD 3 with Nuke. I loved, and Black. Yeah, like, I liked. Well, because I played Call of Duty, the original, and then I played one What was it called? I can still see the cover art for it. Was it called Finest Hour or something? Call of Duty Finest Hour or something? I remember playing that and Call of Duty 2 and 3. And then 4 though was like when they like opened up like online play, really. And then it kind of changed everything, so. Mate of mine plays CS at the top level in Australia. They're pretty much only get matched with spin bots and cheaters. Oh, that's another thing I've heard, like, for FPS games. Because there's a lot of, you get like, in a lot of Chinese lobbies. Nothing wrong with that. It's just, there's a lot of cheaters. What's your favorite mechanic so far? Breach, Delirium, Ritual, or Expedition? This league? Probably... Rituals? And that's like hard to say. It's like, honestly, none of them really stand out to me this league. But the reason I say Rituals is because I've got an Omen of Whittling and a Divine from doing Rituals. So it was all about currency. It wasn't about like actual enjoyment of the activity. If I'm talking about enjoyment of the activity, probably Breach, but like with how much it was nerfed with like the amount of monsters, it's not as much fun. But I like last league, that was by far my favorite, and this league it probably still is too. What? I played through half of Act 1 in PoE 2 with Made Across the World. Works surprisingly well. There we go. Spinbot is just where I think it's just a movement thing. Automatic responses to your actions, like snap, spinning, killing you. Yeah. So it's like a combination of crazy movement with also aimbot. Makes you spin like crazy and you only headshot people through 10 walls. Love it. Ooh, first Tink on second map. Temp Chains with Count Geonor sucks late game. Oh, dude, Temp Chains needs to be removed from the game. Controversial opinion, get Temp Chains out of the game. Okay, this is a boss one. We should probably do a decent... Rituals? Yeah, right. I never cheated, never understood the reason why someone would. It's like lying to yourself. Yeah. But also, I think if you do it, you're like, oh, this makes the game actually not feel shit. Because with a lot of those, like with Counter-Strike, it's different, but like with the way that SBMM works in modern games, because like I 100% agree, cheating is fucking stupid. I hate it because it ruins the experience for people like me who aren't that good. You know what I mean? But like having SBMM, skill-based matchmaking, I think really fucks that up so that it encourages more cheaters. Because skill-based matchmaking should not exist if you're not playing a competitive version of the game. If you're not playing ranked, or you're not playing like whatever that game's version is of ranked, why is there skill-based matchmaking? Because like it's really annoying to hop on a game if you only have a couple hours to play and you're like, you're fighting people that are at the very minimum as good as you, but are probably better than you. And they play the game a lot more than you. It drives me insane. How many divs so far? We're still at 2. We haven't found any. We found 2 super early. And we haven't found anything since. But we were spending a lot of time just trying to juice the maps up. But ironically, we've had worse luck since juicing the maps up. So, don't know why. Just the way she goes, I guess. Second Citadel failed as I can't kill the boss. The lightning, all of the mechanics that come out of the strong boxes are way too overpowered. I literally got hit by 1 lightning bolt and an enemy right after and just insta-die. And if you get hit by an ice spike, it's the same thing. And I have max res. It's not like... That's dumb. I clearly wasn't paying enough attention either. I was trying to reach out, but hey. Just needs to be half of strength. I lost all enjoyment. Exiles and Hubris, such a glorious combination. I lost all enjoyment for Destiny when they added SBMM. Exactly, yeah. You can sprinkle in some smurfs and carried people for some spice. Well, the thing is, too, is like, the only reason people are smurfing is because of SBMM. Because their account gets too strong, so then they have to make a fake new account so that they don't have to face people at their same level. And no matter what, you're gonna have people that are gonna abuse lobbies, like really, really good people, but the amount of really, really good people is so much lower than the amount of like average to decent players that like I'd rather, you know, not feel like every time I'm playing one of those games, I'm just gonna get insta-killed and it's not gonna be fun. And like you just feel like you don't even have a chance at winning because every fight, it's like I said, if they're as good or better than me, because even when I was playing Warzone seriously, like I was in like the top 10 or 15% of the player base, or maybe like even higher, because the majority of the player base is at such a low percentage of the like 80% of the player base is worse than like someone who knows how to play those games and like can shoot straight and anything. So then when you're only playing against people that are your level, it just gets really frustrating. Just want to log on for some fun PvP and get all the 20k hour sweats. Exactly. Yeah, Battlefield is better for that, for not having SBMM. And they did mention something about SBMM in one of their... They do have a version of it in Battlefield, but it's not crazy. It's something that they've had in the game for years. Because someone like found something in the coding about SBMM and they were like... People started freaking out. Because they're like, no, they're not going to ruin Battlefield 2, right? And then they're one of the like main lead developers or game designer or whatever came out and said, this is the same thing we've had in all the Battlefields. It's about creating a balanced lobby in general so that like you don't just have all the best players on one team. It's more about balancing the teams than it is about having players all at the same level. But it's also different in a game like Battlefield versus like a Battle Royale or something. Because the whole point of a Battle Royale, you know, is to win. And I like, for me in Battlefield, I didn't really care about winning. I was just running around shooting people. I know that is the core concept of the game, is to try to win, but like, I don't think it's, I don't know. It's just a whole different vibe than BR. With the Chaos Barrage, you can stand on top of the box and they go around you. Oh, really?
Everyone, what's the procedure?
Miso!
Wait,
Boom!
everybody, calm down!
There he is. There he is. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Shadow, how are you doing tonight? Dude, Miso, how was your stream? Where'd you guys, what'd you think? How do you feel about the changes? Also, everyone, I'm Ricky Ransom. We're testing it out. I'll be honest, we haven't like been grinding as much as we probably would, but I've realized the stream, I have a good time. Everyone has a good time if we stop and chat more. So we haven't been making a ton of progress, but the patch does feel solid. Good. Aside from the interwebs dying, it was good. Changes are good though. I love to hear that. Welcome in, Pleasax? I don't know about that one. And Jikon and Aeon Razor. All right, guys, it's getting late. Let's head to the last section of your stream, which is the gacha giveaway. As usual, type something in chat to enter the giveaway. Unfortunately, you did not win tonight. This is a 3-star hero, sadly, but don't worry, you may not win tonight, but you will have a chance to win tomorrow. I love it. ChatGPT for the win. Amazing changes. I agree, Shadow. Lots more loots. Buff is nice so far, but sadly stuck at work with FOMO. Hey, the game will be here when you get off work. Trust me. And all the drops will be there too for you. So, yo, Jick on. I see Beard. I followed, dude. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And Pleasax, dude. You guys are gonna have to correct me if I fudge up some names, okay? I'm a simple man. Dang, I don't have a beard. Maybe if I had a beard, would like me more. Here's a real question, Miso. And this is a real serious question. Okay, guys, we gotta turn the music down. This is a serious moment. For you, Miso, specifically. How do I phrase this? Can you grow a beard? Don't want to be that guy, but you know, it's real patchy and bad. That's the thing that's tough. Racist? How dare you? That's like a normal thing. I don't know what it is. But like, I have a bunch of friends that can't grow beards, so they don't. Or they just like grow like the soul patch or something, or they do a mustache combo situation, so. Miso with a beard. He is one of those. That's not what I was saying. But I have a lot of Asian friends that, you know, have told me. It's tough. Tough on the streets with the facial hair game. Maybe he's not old enough. Hey, you never know. Bro, I wish I wouldn't grow a beard. It is one of those, it's like a blessing and a curse. For sure. But it's just like, it's like anything else in life. People say, you know, every girl that has curly hair says she wants straight hair. Every girl that has straight hair says she wishes she had curly hair. Every guy that can grow a beard says they wish they didn't have a beard so they didn't have to shave as often. Every guy that can't grow a beard is like, I wish I could have a beard because like, just to try it out. Try it on for size. It's nice to have options for sure, but we like Uncle Miso beardless. Ricky, I sent a clip of Joe sniping on COD in general. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, let me pull it up. We'll check it out. Well, actually, my brother is 47 and he has patches around his chin. Can't grow a beard even if he wanted to. Yeah. And like, here's the thing. TMI, perhaps, but being able to grow a solid beard usually means that you grow a lot of hair other places too, okay? You don't want to see my ass. Let's just put it that way, okay? So there's pros and cons. Okie dokie, I gotta head to bed though. Have a good rest of your stream. Miso, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, if you're not following Miso, one of the GOAT PoE2 streamers, always coming up with insane builds. He literally came into a Discord call to help me figure out a build the other night, so it's definitely worth a follow, so. But yeah, have a great night, bro. I'm gonna miss that guy. Miso's a cool dude. He is. And the fact, like, here's one of the crazy things. You learn a lot in the streamer once you start streaming and interacting with other people. And there's like a weird amount of ego, even in, like, you know, I'm a small streamer, but like even around smaller streamers, there's a lot of ego that happens. And there's not a lot of like friendliness, like genuine friendliness. I had some questions for Miso and he literally was like, hey, hop on a Discord call in the middle of my stream after he raided, and was like super kind and generous, helped me try to work through some things. And it caught me off guard because I was like, that's surprising that someone would go out of their way after a long stream, after they just raided you. I barely know Miso, you know, we've been following each other's streams for like a month or two now. But yeah, it was, so good people for sure. We don't? Amen to that. At least you can sit more comfortable. Is that how that works? You get extra cushioning somehow? Best 0 DPS build in all of... Hey, at least you try some. I have a build that's a 0 DPS build, and I just am like, this isn't fun. I'd rather play Lightning Spear. So, you know, and with the loot changes, we gotta test it out. I'm getting a bit warm with all this Miso praise. Is it hot in here? It's always hot in here, okay? All gas, no brakes. Is this the same Miso we see on stream? It's called streamer privilege. We have a secret oath that you have to take when you become an affiliate on Twitch. That, you know, you have to treat your chat differently than you treat other streamers. I didn't make the rules. Kind of like ads. Nobody wants ads, but once you become an affiliate, they force them on you. It's part of that. It's a blood oath too, so I apologize. That may be where the different vibes are coming from. Miso is a legend. I agree. Yeah. He's a good, weird dude. Props to anyone who was doing homemade stuff before the loot patch. Y'all wild for that. Exactly. I want you to always talk dirty to me. That's for the OnlyFans when it drops. Just don't become affiliate. That's the meta. Just stream for free forever. That's the meta. Ricky hates my build. I only hate Uppercase's builds because he only wants to do warrior builds. And that... I made this announcement earlier. If I play warrior, I have the same... My body starts reacting a very specific way. And it's the same thing that happens when I play Diablo 4. And even if I'm trying to force myself to engage and enjoy... I just start yawning. My body starts rejecting my efforts. And it just is like, you are so bored that physically I cannot stop yawning. So, I don't know what it is. $10 here and there from subs. No, you can't. If you're not affiliate, you can't get subs. So that's the only reason anyone, like, honestly, if I could have got like subs and that stuff without becoming affiliate, and you think they kind of like trick you into thinking that like you're gonna, and like emotes and that kind of stuff that people like in the stream, channel points, it's all like based on being an affiliate. But you also have this idea in your head that if you make affiliate, if you make partner, they're gonna like promote your stream more. I think for partner, it probably is a little bit better for like them pushing your stream up, but the partner experience is also really strange, where I know a lot of people that hit the requirements and they've applied like 15 times and been rejected. And it's like, so it's kind of vague with what you do. You can tank every hit, but you can't take the boredom. Exactly. All right, I'm back. How many mirrors you dropped? 0. Is loot fixed? It feels 1,000 times better. Small cock vibe. Also, what a great name. Can we just take a second? When there's a good name, a good Twitch name, and they haven't been forced to change it yet, we gotta appreciate it, okay? So you guys have heard of BDE, Big Dick Energy, but have you ever heard of SCV, Small Cock Vibes? Shout out. To some, for me, it's still dog doo-doo. Yeah, she's weird, and if she plays on a ProSense Max DPI, IDK, how anyone can play like that. That's insane, Dark. You said it's in Gen Chat, right? Okay, this is Dark's wife sniping on COD. Wait, why did it open it over here? What just happened? Now this tab doesn't exist? What's happening? Let me try reopening it. Because we've been talking about COD and FPS games for a minute. This is in Modern Warfare 2019, right? Yeah, that's insane. That jump shot was crazy. I need to play in slow-mo so we can actually see what's happening. Because that is like pretty awesome sense. She comes up here, she sees him, misses the first shot on the guy over here. But then she knows this other person is focusing her. Pretty insane. Pretty insane. We love to see it. Oh, there it went. It went behind the Discord for some reason. Okay, that's great. That's great for us. Now my Mozilla is acting up. Firefox. I went in the wrong place. God damn it. How did this get all fucky so fast? Okay. Yeah, and my statement is that getting affiliate for a few subs isn't worth it. Adding ads, once you get somewhat meaningfully bigger than I would consider. Not something to rush. Hey, to each our own, Darashi. Small cock for president. Yeah, great name. What about Sue? Wait, what do you mean Sue what? Just? I thought I heard that epic name. Hey, I gotta abuse the Raiders. Always people praising how big they are. I'm praising the opposite. See, it's confidence. Confidence is like a huge part of it, dude.
Like you, be strong,
Wait a second, I recognize that font. Only FPS I still play is PlanetSide 2. Love the 100+ people servers. Nice. Is it not from Canva? Probably. A lot of people do like a lot of their editing on Canva. Because look into Photoshop and Premiere Pro. Adobe has created an insane ecosystem of just charging ridiculous amounts of money for their products. I miss back in the day when you could just go and buy Photoshop and you owned it. Yeah, it cost like $300, but you just owned it forever. And then they went to the subscription service, which has probably made them billions, if not trillions of dollars. What's up, Smoojay? Use it quite a bit in the past. Ricky, can I get an invite for your Discord server? Yes. I think we have the, well, I guess the timer isn't actually putting out the link for some reason. Botrix is fucking it up. Yeah, let me grab it for you real quick. Yeah, but on, I appreciate it, Dark. I can just copy and paste this. It's over on YouTube. And I don't think I have a command set up for it yet. I can see if it works on YouTube. Yeah, it doesn't work on Discord. Or on YouTube yet. I'll prioritize that. The loot changes feel great, Resi. They feel a lot better. It feels like it's a significant difference, is what I will say. I'm Asian, by the way. That's insane timing. SCV, insane timing out of you. Perfectly normal. Don't think about it, guys. I edit on DaVinci Resolve. I tried DaVinci for a while and I just couldn't figure it out. I like your thoughts. Smoojay, I like your thoughts, bro. Also, guys, follow Smoojay. He's super awesome, super chill vibes. Great streamer. I recommend it 100%. Oop, LOL. I just finished school. Oh, it did. Okay, so it did work. The Discord command did work. It just takes 25 seconds over on YouTube. Don't you laugh, Ricky. I didn't say anything, dude. Sukmatik? Oh my god, Just. I see you've been playing for around 5 hours now. How much currency would you say you've made since then? I've made 2 divines today, and I actually took a screenshot of my currency ring that I've been wearing so I could like compare, so we can see, like, as you can tell, Resi, sorry, I like to hang out and talk with chat, so we haven't been blasting as much as we probably should be, but I have a good time doing it like this. So, yo, thank you for the follow, SCV. I think we need to make this a thing. Like, it's gonna sound bad coming from me. Clip it. But, like, small cock vibes, you know what I mean? Like, combat the BDE. Okay, let me see if I can find that screenshot from earlier. Pictures. Why are these screenshots placed in like random order? Okay. Now let's look at my ring. We'll get exact numbers. Okay. So we have found 10 orbs of alchemy, 40 regal orbs, 10 chaos orbs, 5 val orbs, 50 exalted, 2 divines, and 4 gem cutters prisms, 10 lesser jeweler orbs. Yeah. So, in, you know, honestly, probably like 3 hours of actually playing. Because the stream's been up for 6, but not too bad. 40 regals is low-key huge, yeah. And I still like pick up regal shards and stuff. Like I don't have that. My loot filter is very relaxed. Okay, so we need to do this map, and we also need to not die. So, because this one is important. Oh, and we need to make a T16. God damn it. Okay, well, we're gonna have to take as many of these as possible and corrupt them because we are not hitting 16s almost ever. Okay. So we'll alchemy the ones so we're not wasting other currency to do that. I'm not even gonna look on the stats of them. We're going so hard in the paint on this one. This might not even be enough exalteds. Wait, did we? Oh, I didn't regal them yet. Okay. This is surely to make at least 2 16s, right? What do you guys think? I know this looks chaotic, but it's because it is. Whenever I try to go in straight lines, it also doesn't work very well, so. Okay, we ran out. 112 wasn't enough. Turns out. We're just gonna make it work with this, though. Dude. That's actually insane odds. We just got 3 out of 2 rows. We just did like half of this mini last time, and I got 1 out of it. Okay, well, that gives us some options at least. We don't need to do all those right now. Now let's see if any of these actually roll decent modifiers. Rarity of items, number of rare monsters, not bad. And the negatives aren't bad either. Extra cold damage, reduced flash charges, and life and energy shield recharge rate. Rarity, magic monsters, temporal chains, that's garbage. Okay. Magic chest, veil monsters, rare monsters, ignited ground is also not very fun. So we're gonna do that one. We got it. Okay, now let me catch up on chat. There was no comments in between your question and my comment. It would have been funnier. Yeah, but then we got raided. Just. I apologize. It's simpler than it looks. I might have to take you up on that, Darashi. Right now, I have a subscription for, it's called Premiere Pro, right? The Adobe one. So I'll use that, but once it runs up, because it's like a year subscription, then I'll probably stop using it, so. Trying to decide if I should get back into it or not. Did you make any of those 2 divs from... No. That's all just raw drops from in-game. In bad TBH. 6 hours, that's it. Blood Farts just went 24. Step your game up, G. Yeah, well, she also had a big event she was doing. I thought it was sick that she made it the whole 24, though. Get someone to join map, so if they fail you... So if you fail, they still get the loot. Well, it's not going to be like a great loot map, I don't think, but... wait. We're getting a lot. Lots happening here. Balls on point, was gutted. I didn't get extra socket. Turns out I did in a roundabout way. Oh, 25% evasion. There you go, yeah. Yeah, that's actually super solid. Over 1,000 evasion, 400 energy shields with 2 reses and int is solid. Yeah, that's... Congrats, Sin. I passed out, got my morning coffee at 5 a.m. and fell right the fuck to sleep after drinking it. I got super ADHD, so yeah, I have the same problem. That's what was ironic about the conversations we were having earlier, is those drugs didn't have the same effects on me, so my friends would always laugh when they'd find me passed out after doing those things. 51 div, absolute baller. I wish Arbiter would drop me the chicken wing already. Hey. Why didn't you alch them? I alchemied every single one I could, uppercase. Most of them weren't white. Always the case, overbuy or over prepare and you'll hit it instantly. Exactly, yes. The only bad Val I've had this season was for one piece of gear I actually used. Sell them for 15K. Yeah, I probably will. Resolve seemed very nice for actual video production stuff. I tried using it for the wrong thing. I see. Premiere Pro seems to be very familiar to DaVinci, so it shouldn't be hard to swap over. I'm just busting your balls. I was surprised the other girls dropped out at like 3 a.m. Yeah. No, it was like... So I had shit going on yesterday. I was working all day yesterday. So when I got home, I just did my regular shit and I forgot that they were doing their like combo stream. And then I hopped in there because I got on Discord and Morgan was like, yo, or something, like, or like, where are you or something. I was like, wait, what is she talking about? By the time I got in there, it was only 3 of them. I think it started with 5, didn't it? So like 2 people had dropped out within like an hour and a half of it starting. So that was crazy. I sleep on them, same, yeah. I was doing homework, lost track of time, looked up and was still like, what the F, she's still on? Yeah. Wake up, rip a little, pass out. Yep. I'm out for the night. Have a good stream. Krim, you have a great rest of your night, brother. Thank you for hanging out, as always. Do you ever play off stream? If you feel like blasting more or just enjoy the chill gameplay, chatting it up with the stream? I'll be honest, this league, I haven't been playing off stream as much. Like earlier today, as soon as the patch dropped, I did play a little bit. And there's things about streaming while you're playing a game that I play worse when I'm streaming because my mind, I do have split focus. So like, even if I'm not directly reading chat, I'm thinking about what I'm doing more in a like bad way though, in terms of like gameplay. So like what would happen, for instance, when I was playing like Dark Souls 3, I would die 35 times to a boss on stream, and then I would shut down the stream and try the boss one time off stream and beat it first try. I don't know why. It's like this weird thing that happens. So yeah, with certain things, but like this league, I haven't felt super compelled to play off stream. Last league, every second I got free, I was playing the game. With the rough start to this league, like having the loot drops change is good, but I feel like in a lot of ways, it's kind of too late in the league to really give me that motivation back. But I am enjoying the game. Like I said, I'm not feeling compelled to be playing all the time. And I've been enjoying some other games off stream too, that I just know people don't want to watch on stream. So yeah. OMG, the wife just texted, she's getting Wendy's. This will be her first time in life eating Wendy's. Where's she been? Is she from a different country? There's a lot going on with it for sure. Can be noticeably distracting. Oh, Smoojay, you got a new track. I saw that message right before something happened. Boom. Do you want to listen to it on stream? Let me do this map real quick and then we'll check it out, because this one's kind of important. My woman and boy don't live in Canada with me, sadly. Oh, damn. So when they're here, where they're at, there's almost no Wendy's. Okay. Yeah, dude, like if I had to pick one of like, you know, if you like have like the top 3 shit fast food chains, because you know what I mean by that. I don't mean they're like actual shit, but like McDonald's, like Burger King and Wendy's. I'll take Wendy's every time. Now, there is an exception, but this place isn't as popular in Utah. When I lived in LA, fucking Jack in the Box. It might be the lowest quality of all those places, but it's the best flavor. And like they always come up with some crazy shit, and I just love Jack in the Box. But Wendy's, yeah, is like definitely feels like it's a tier above those other ones. This is actually one of my least favorite maps because there's like, especially with these monsters that all poison and blood pools and all that shit. But there's just a lot of weird areas where you can get stuck and not have like a place to evade away if you get in trouble, so. Not super stoked about this. Just so much like on death effects, damage over time. It's a nightmare. Then you have the little worms that are spawning on the ground. That'll just like prevent you from recharging your energy shield. Do your thing if you want, just throw it out there. Dude, I appreciate it, Smooth J. This is their first Wendy's experience. Hopefully they enjoy it. Yep, agreed. Jack in the Box fire, but we ain't got them up here. I used to be a trucker, so I'd get, yeah, dude, I like, and their prices were always way better than other places too. That was like my go-to, like, after the bar or like 2 a.m. in the middle of a bender, just get some Jack in the Box and you're good to go. For me, the best fast food is Nordfish. Just based on the name, it sounds like it's probably better than everything I named. So if they serve fish legally and it's not Filet-O-Fish, which I have no idea what the fuck that is, then it's probably like 10x the quality of American fast food. Mini tacos for the win, right, Gar? They're in the UK right now. UK has limited Wendy's. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Well, yeah, Wendy's doesn't feel like a huge, like, global type fast food place in the same way that, like, McDonald's and Burger King and KFC and Subway are. Sonic Solid, too. I love grilled salmon. So you're talking about a fast food place that serves grilled salmon. I don't know if you understand what fast food is then, because that's so far different than what we get in America. Filet-O-Fish is probably at least 30% fish. At least 30%. How's the patch? Does it feel... Yeah, it actually does. We just went over the, like, stat comparisons with my currency ring. Like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but, like, you know, 30 Exalted, 40 Regal, 2 Divines, just in the 3 or 4 hours that I've actually been playing the game. So, quite a bit. It's fast food restaurant here. Yeah, but, like, in America, what would happen, just because they cook it quick, like, I don't know of any fast food that sells fish in America, and it's also kind of like a mental thing, I guess. Like, you think of fast food and you're like, there's no way they can be keeping the fish fresh. Like, and that's like a cultural thing, I think, in America. Unless it's deep fried. Then nobody has any problems with it in America. But yeah, if you're getting grilled salmon, your guys' fast food is on a whole different level than ours. Have you ever heard of Chicken McNuggets? Or a Baconator? That's real quality fast food, sir. What the fuck? I think I need to take off this, like, divine effect where it, like, starts absorbing the bodies, because sometimes it obfuscates enemies that are low to the ground. Oh, of course. Right as I'm opening a portal, big crow slam bitch comes out of nowhere. I don't know, Mick. Someone's got to have a YouTube video about it, though. Long John Silver's, deep fried, and it's delicious. But that's not even, like, that's like a QSR, like quick service restaurant. That, or do they do, like, drive-through at Long John? I have no idea. That's not really a thing in Utah either.
What is it?
Yes. You are right, Darashi. One of the few things... I don't think we want to get started on this conversation, but one of the few things the EU does better than the US. Like I said, I don't think we want to get started on this conversation, but I will admit that making sure that your population isn't just eating actual poison is probably a good idea. It's not high enough, I feel like. What about this one? Nope. 20% movement speed? Nope. why I do that sometimes. I see an item that I want to, like, I'm gonna destroy or disenchant, and then I keep it.
His whole possession now lies dormant.
In the US, they could feed you rat poison and you would be happy. I love how it gives my chili burger extra kick. You put salmon on a burger, on a chili burger. Okay, never mind. Never mind all the compliments I said. Chicken nuggets have less chicken in them than Filet-O-Fish has fish in it. Prove it. Prove it. Yes, they do drive-through. We only have one local here. It's a combo Taco Bell, Long John Silver's. Because you want to know what goes great with the shittiest Mexican food in the world? The shittiest seafood in the world. And I love it. It's okay, because you would lose. Read it out of context. I meant that rat poison makes burgers in US have better kick. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. It's all trash, exactly. Taco Bell is shitty Mexican, but amazing American. See, the thing is I used to love Taco Bell so much. Because, like, flavor-wise, it is. It's, you know, you can just taste, you can taste the calories and how it's just so much and so flavorful. But at a certain point in my life, it just started giving me, like, the most insane heartburn of any other type of food. So I had to step away from that Taco Bell life. Like, I'll still occasionally eat it and think that I'm gonna be okay. And I'm always, you know, proven right or wrong, I guess, depending on how you look at it. We had a restart next. I would love to know how that happened. Wait, is this on? Why does this always turn itself off? I want instant replay to stay on, always. So that I can have those clips. Well, get wrecked. Literally, no one wants to know what's actually in chicken McNuggets. That's very specific. You want to know why? Do you know what tempura is? I didn't know this for the majority of my life, and I actually knew what tempura was. That's the trick with chicken McNuggets. Never once got heartburn, so I'm still neck deep. Must be nice. You're really, glorious. Okay, so we're gonna listen to Smooth J's new song. Wait, let me turn this down. Can you guys hear it all right?
The old relationship we had is over. I reject any attempts to wear us down, to break us. That will never happen.
Dude, this vibe off the rip kind of sounds like Johnny Polygon a little bit.
To fight is to protect and to build. We won't back down. We will respond forcefully. Nothing is off the table to defend our country.
Dude, I love when you do like audio effects like that, where it's like directional audio effects.
The old relationship we had is over. I reject any attempts to wear us down, to break us. That will never happen. And our response is to fight. We won't back down. We will respond forcefully. Nothing is off the table to defend our country.
SFX and panning goes ham.
What is that we have power. We are masters in our own home.
Put it on Spotify so I can add it to the playlist.
We can give ourselves much.
As long as I won't get copyright.
Well, this is a tragedy. It is also the new reality. We must respond.
EP2. Oh, there we go. That is a crazy sound. I can't even describe it.
The road ahead will be long. There is no silver bullet. There is no quick fix. And I know and I understand that many
An object being swung.
fundamental change is always unsettling.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Like, that's definitely, like, that would be great for the playlist. And also, like, I like listening to that stuff where it's upbeat tempo and I can, like, edit videos or, like productive stuff. Yeah, that was great. Hey. I like it, Smooch. I like that shit a lot. Me and my buddy were going nuts with the synthesis. I love it, dude.
It's time to go to bed.
Boom, uppercase. Actually, that's a good point. That is a good point. You make a good point there, uppercase. Kind of a trip. Yeah, I agree. This shit got me with the stank face. That's fire. I really like it. I'm so sweepy. Okay. Well, let's find someone to raid. Let's find a raid target. I should have known Miso, because his schedule is pretty similar to mine. But like, we usually end streams within like an hour of each other. And he raided me, that was what, like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago? I didn't even realize what time it was. He's doing a 24-hour. Hell yeah, guys. YouTube, shout out everyone on YouTube who came through. Everyone on Twitch, we're gonna raid someone.
Get your hand off my penis!
Unfortunately on YouTube, I don't think they have a raid function. I haven't seen it, but yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see. Scorpius. We actually have a few people. Some of these people, I haven't been in their stream in a minute.
But my issue with that, I thought about doing that as well. My issue with that is that it's not good.
I like this guy, yeah. Boom. We're gonna raid him. Scorpius. Super solid dude. Guys, another amazing stream. Thank you guys so much for everybody that hung out. Shout out to Miso again for the raid. Dope dude. I really appreciate him. Had some good times, good laughs, good jokes. Not a lot of progress, but that's okay. We proved the patch is better. Loot drops are definitely better. And so that gives us a lot to look forward to for the next little while. So much love. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day / night / morning / whatever it is, wherever you are. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
They're like, oh my God, well, you can't say that. Bitch, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fuck a bear.
Boom, Philly. Thank you, sir.
Tell me how you really feel. Oh yeah. Tell me how you really feel. 'Cause I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Tell me how you really feel. Oh yeah.
There once was a cat with a hungry belly. The name of the cat was Whiskers Jelly. His throat was dry and his bowl was bare. Meow, me furry cat's pillow.
Tell me how you really feel. Oh yeah. Tell me how you really feel. 'Cause I don't mind. No, I don't mind. Let's go bounce.